All right, everybody's got that stare. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. And we'll start with our invocation and pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance.
Almighty and merciful God, we ask your guidance and blessings upon this board, students, parents, patrons, teachers, and administrators, as we are assembled here this evening in the common pursuit of this great nation's wealth, our children. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, thank you, Trustee Salcido. All right, once again, good evening to everybody, and welcome to this is a regular meeting of the Northside Board of Trustees. Before we officially call the meeting to order, the board would like to take just a moment or two to briefly review some of the rules for conducting our meeting. The board order of business for this meeting is set out on the agenda. Now, one item that you may notice on the agenda is the consent agenda, and this item includes items that are considered routine and or sort of recurring nature. All the items listed under the consent agenda will be acted upon in one motion. But if there is a consent agenda item which anyone would like to address, please sign up to speak to that one, and we'll pull it from the consent motion and discuss it separately. Now, the purpose of our meeting is to conduct board business, and for that reason, it is held in public. It is not a public forum. However, we do provide the opportunity for audience participation. If there's anyone who would like to address the board during an agenda item or our Citizens Be Heard portion of the agenda, we ask that you register on the sheet that's located at the entrance to the room. And again, this is important. We don't want to overlook anyone who would like to speak to the board. We will review the rules for addressing the board later in the meeting when we get to those particular points. Is there anybody here that wanted that opportunity that didn't get the chance to sign up first? I'd like to sign up to speak. Okay. They'll take care, right? Yeah. Well, that's the first time we had somebody actually do that. All right. Oh. All right, while we take care of that, so we'll go ahead and officially call the meeting to order. And our first order of business will be our superintendent's report.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, members of the board, good evening. It's hard to believe we're in the process of wrapping up the month of September already, but like I said, in catching up with the craft, time flies, especially when you're having fun. A few things. We're continuing to monitor enrollment. We're actually just a little over 100,500 students. We're adding a couple hundred students a week at this point. We're still seeing a little bit of a downward trend in our kindergarten numbers. We're off about 280 students in sixth grade, off about 218. But again, we're gradually growing as the weeks keep piling up, actually. We're keeping the spirit alive. We are having a lot of fun with the Northside Spirit Stick that we were able to unveil at Convocation, and so that's been a lot of fun, and we're going to continue to do so. We recognized Tomlinson Elementary School this past week, and like I say, we're having a good time with it. I had the opportunity to visit with our new president of Texas A&M University San Antonio, Dr. Ochoa. They unveiled the Jaguar Promise, and I also had the opportunity to visit with our new president of Northwest Vista College, Dr. Amy Bosley. I'll be meeting with UTSA leadership, the president, here in the coming week, and this is all in an effort really to see how we can expand partnerships, particularly in and around dual credit opportunities, as well as potentially certifying additional teachers to offer and teach dual credit here within our own high schools. We kicked off the Northside Leadership Academy this month, and I think Ray, his team have had the opportunity to now visit with Northside Leadership Academy, which of course is aspiring administrators and first-year administrators. And so, like I said, I think they had their second meeting already, actually, but had the opportunity to visit with these individuals. Of course, growing leadership, developing capacity is going to continue to be a priority. Cast Teach has been getting a lot of recognition here recently. We had on the 6th of September the pinning ceremony, which it was great to see many of our aspiring educators. In fact, we pinned, I believe, about 126, 130 freshmen and sophomores that were new to that program. And of course, these are going to be our future educators. So it was great to celebrate with the students as well as their family members. And then actually just yesterday, we had the opportunity to recognize 3 of our delegates, Senator Menendez, Trey Martinez Fisher, and Josie Garcia for their outstanding work in supporting public education in a Raise Your Hand Texas event yesterday. So it was great to visit with them as well. We're continuing to really try to be proactive with our anti-vape education. Had the opportunity to have a pretty long conversation with KSAT, and of course we're continuing to push out education resources to parents. We're going to be holding information seminars, education seminars for parents as well. And I know, of course, the students through student assemblies have received important information, particularly as it relates to House Bill 114 and the new disciplinary consequences, but we're really trying to be proactive in ensuring that our students understand truly the adverse health effects of long-term health effects of vaping. We kicked off the PTA delegate meeting, and so September 7th, had the opportunity to visit with our PTA delegate, and of course, it's great to see that they have actually already exceeded their membership drive, and so PTA, PTO, we're really pushing pretty hard for participation and for the community to consider joining both of those organizations in support of our campuses. I know we're going to have a couple of recognitions here momentarily, so I'm going to save the KINS 5 recognitions. We did have also the opportunity to circle back with Colonies North. We had visited this item in a buildings committee. We promised the committee that we would come back to the Citizen Bond Advisory Committee and meet actually at Colonies North with potential revised scope. I think the meeting with both the staff at Colonies North as well as the CBAC committee on the 13th went really, really well. We were able to answer some questions, and so we're excited to be able to bring back a revised scope of Colonies North that I think is going to be beneficial not only to the campus but also hopefully fix another issue with a solution for particularly a foundation fix going forward. So more information forthcoming, but like I say, really good meetings with the CBAC as well as the staff at Colonies North. Region 20 will be conducting our school safety audits this year. Last year, if you recall, it was the Texas School Safety Center. Region 20 has been charged with that task, and so those safety audits have already begun. And of course, like I say, we're communicating with the campuses to ensure that they're prepared with appropriate logs and making sure that, like I say, all of our exterior doors, other than the front entrance, is locked at all times during the instructional day. We also had the opportunity to visit with our entire Bexar County delegation on Friday, September 15th, really in preparation for the upcoming special session that we anticipate being called in and around October 11th. And so we anticipate that there will be a lot of conversation in particular to the privatization of public education through a voucher ESA, but as important, school funding and what school funding will look like. So more to come. I do think that, again, we're very, very fortunate to have a delegation here in Bexar County that is very, very supportive of public education and are really opposed to anything that's going to detract, particularly from a funding standpoint, to our mission and objective. So, again, I want to thank our delegation for their time and energy and effort in advance of a special session. I mentioned this. We will also be preparing here in the coming month to kick off a community-wide survey. This is a climate culture survey that we're going to ask for parents, staff, students, and the community to take about a 10 to 15-minute survey. It's really a gauge for, like I say, climate culture, but then also we're going to create an action plan that we're going to publish to the public, particularly on the hot items that we feel like that we need to take a look for improvement. So more information forthcoming with the kickoff of that survey. We're also looking forward to kicking off our student voice meetings. If you recall, in the spring, we launched this initiative, and so here in the coming weeks, you can expect more information in regards to our student voice. We're going to recruit, again, our seniors at all 12 of our high schools and magnet programs to engage in dialogue. And of course, we have lunch, but it's really great to hear from our students, particularly those that have been in the district for their entire K-12 experience. And finally, I know that we have TASB on the horizon, so we look forward to seeing you all that are attending TASB. Of course, Dr. Hall, we've got you squared away, and Ms. Saldana to be part of the delegate assembly. And so, like I say, if you need any information or assistance with TASB, please let us know. But I think we're ready to begin the travel process and send on the important work that we do with Texas Association of School Administrators and Texas Association of School Boards in the joint effort. That being said, pending any questions, that was, I know, a longer update, but had a lot go on this school year already.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we'll go ahead after our superintendent's report. Are there any board member reports? All right, Trustee Saldana.
Well, as you all know, football's my favorite season, and it's in full swing. I have gone to games every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and just love seeing our kids, watching the bands perform, and the dance teams and pep squads. I'm in seventh heaven when I'm there, and I love seeing all our kids and seeing. We have had so many parents at our games. It has been incredible. I stand up and I start looking around and I think, wow, this is like the old days when we had so much participation. So it has been really exciting. And I watched y'all play this past weekend, and so y'all had a lot of people there. I watched Harlan. I think it was Saturday night. I don't remember. They all come together. But so I want to thank our coaches for putting in all the hours and working with our kids the way that they do. The athletic trainers who have been there for these kids all along. The student trainers, because those student trainers do that as a volunteer, sometimes part of their curriculum. And believe it or not, most of our student trainers appear to be girls. As I'm watching, I'm thinking, there are a lot of girls out there that are going to be good trainers one day. So our student trainers have been wonderful. There are so many people who help put all this together, from the announcers to the stadium personnel that puts it all together. Our booster clubs, it has been awesome to watch them, the way that they're so good with all the people who come to the concession stands. And so it is really fun to be there on a Wednesday, or on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. I also took a sneak peek. I went to CAST already and saw some of the beautiful, beautiful classrooms that they have. And I went to Holmes and took a peek at their new special ed building. And that was very, very impressive. I also went to Northwest Vista last week. I went and sat in on a math class that was the 0 credit, and that's one of the classes that 50% of the students in that particular class were from Northside. And I have to say that I'm glad that they haven't given up. But I think we've got a ways to go, and we're working on it. We want all our kids to be able to take classes that give them credit when they get to college. And I happened to sit next to a young man who admitted, he said, I just didn't pay attention when I took the TSI, which is the test that they have to take for placement in math and English. And he was doing everything right. And then he tells me, I went as high as pre-calculus, and then I also took physics. And I'm thinking, you don't belong in this class. You should be getting credit. So we talked a little bit, and I talked to the professor, who was a colleague of mine when I worked at Holmes, and that's how he invited me. He said, now that you're a board member, I would like for you to come and see at least this one course that we have to give our kids if they don't pass that test. So it's going to be important that we work on letting all our students know that that test is important. When they take that test, they need to take it seriously because it could place them in a non-credit class like this young man who really. So after we talked, I think they were going to get him to a counselor to see about retaking the test so that he could be taking a credit course next semester. So I was glad I had gone. And then finally, I'm excited because I think next week the Ag Barn opens, and and that's a wonderful experience to go to the O'Connor Ag Show. And I think they take the fourth graders. All our fourth graders get to go and see all the animals. So that's a fun thing that I look forward to every year. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Saldana. Trustee Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. I think I hit my light an extra time. I think before we forget, next item on the agenda for next time would be spirit sticks to be awarded to school board trustees.
There goes football game.
I'll have to. Maybe we can talk about awarding one to Miss Saldana.
I don't meet the criteria.
Okay. Just real quick, Dr. Kraft, that event at Raise Your Hand event that we hosted at Castich was wonderful. Not only did we get to recognize our three of our elected officials, as Dr. Kraft said, but they got to see the school. And the more opportunities I think that we could host events like that and get electeds into the schools, those people that make the decisions that affect all of us, I think that's really great. And the fact that Erica took us on a tour afterwards, I think that was wonderful and great to showcase our kids and the program at Castich. To my fellow trustees regarding the TASB, this is I've termed out as a TASB board director. Tomorrow, Thursday, will be my last TASB board meeting, and that baton goes over to Dr. Harrell. It has truly been an honor to serve in that capacity and to be associated with trustees from across the district. I do want to let you know of some things before we go to TASB. Don't forget to download the app before you go. There's a lot of things in that app. So download it tonight maybe if you can't go to sleep. Look at the app. A lot of information. You'll find CEC credits. You'll find a map of the convention center, programs, and all of that. Also, when you register, you should have received an email. If you hadn't, maybe go to Monica. It has your it has a QR code on it, and you use that for registration. So make sure you take that with you. Opening reception is Thursday at from 5 to 6:30. When you sign in for registration, they'll point you, or they'll let you know where the reception is. They have some kids that entertain. There may be singing. There may be a mariachi group or a jazz band or something like that from the Dallas area. And then there's snacks, and it's a good opportunity to just sit down and meet people. And then don't forget the S-Band luncheon is on Friday. Hopefully y'all signed up for that. That's at 11:30, and it is a free lunch. It's the only free lunch that's that you might find there. So don't forget to sign up for that. And I think that's all I have for Dr. Woods will be recognized as for TSPRA with a Key Communicator Award, and that is at the general session on Saturday. And Dr. Kraft had shared earlier that the person, one of the general session speakers, Damon West, used to be a roommate of yours. So that ought to be real interesting to hear. You said his story is interesting, and he may drop a name or two. Okay, and that's all I have.
All right, good. Thank you, Trustee Freeman. Trustee Harrell?
Thank you very much. I was looking back at the calendar to make sure I got this right, but we haven't had a board meeting since the first day of school, right? Because we had one right before the first day of school. So I just wanted to acknowledge that was such a glorious day. Great reports. All the schools had, other than a few bouts with air conditioning, kids were and teachers were in just a real excited mode. I did get to stop by Rawlinson Middle School on the way to work and ended up being really late to work because it ended up being like a 2-hour visit. And I was bragging because I stole all these great activities from the classrooms to use with my UTSA students the next day. And I gave it all the credit to Rawlinson, but I'm telling you, I had to take pictures. There was this one activity where they had to find their favorite picture on their cell phone and then go around, and while the music was playing, when they would stop, they would share their favorite picture with another student after they said their name and whatever. There was just so much delight on the kids' faces. Well, then I did it with 20, 30, and 40-year-olds, and the same thing. I'm taking pictures, and they're just loving on each other and just getting to know each other. There were 3 others that I stole. What was really remarkable to me is walking in the hallways and seeing so many newcomers to not just Northside, but to our nation, and looks of a little apprehension and being scared. And so being able to walk with them and talk and assure them that, this is a great school and you'll be welcomed and you'll be wonderfully taken care of. But I wanted to acknowledge that because I think sometimes we have a mindset about our schools, and our schools really resemble many United Nations. It's phenomenal how many nationalities are in our schools, and so anyway, that was a great way to start the first day of school for the rest of this year. I wanted to acknowledge Lucy Podmore and Cheryl Steck. They had a Library Palooza author reveal, and it was at Nowhere Books off Broadway, and it was jam-packed. The whole bookstore was packed with Northside librarians and teachers waiting to hear what the books were going to be. And the Library Palooza is not until February. It's 2/24/24. But they bring these authors in, and kids come from all our schools. We even invite kids from outside Northside to come, and they get to meet. These are kids who think authors are the rock stars, right? And so it's just an incredible event for kids that love to read books, and they see themselves in books. They get to meet the authors, and then they get to network with each other, and it's just phenomenal. So I believe it's going to be at Brandeis this year. So we'll look for that. But that was terrific. I couldn't even hear because they were giving out prizes and I'm real competitive. I like to win stuff, and so I couldn't hear the questions, and so that was my only sad moment. But anyway, I've got everyone reading the books now. I bought a bunch, and they're just phenomenal. That same day, esports was doing kind of a kickoff education information session at NAC. And so to go from books to esports, right, was a different set of kids and families, right? But kids interacting with kids. Our district is real selective on the esports material that the kids use and how it's played out with the kids. Families were there, and so, but it was all kids talking to kids about really neat things. I want to thank the coaches, though, that take on sponsoring the esports teams. They're not paid like regular other coaches, but they give up a lot of time, and they're just such great mentors for the kids at the same time, and that was wonderful. Last time we had a board meeting, CTE gave us a goodie bag. And I don't know if y'all got in it, but I don't think we've ever kind of touted CTE. But I love the quote, and I wanted all of us to say thank you, or thank you from all of us. But it was, college was once seen as steak, while career and technical education was seen as hamburger. Today, college is still steak, but CTE has become lobster. In the ideal K-12 school setting, all students would be engaged in high-quality surf and turf. So thanks to CTE for giving us our little office niceties. Let's see, real quick. Couple days ago, I went to the Mayor's Fitness Council Student Ambassador Community Partner Night, we had 3 Northside students that were honored. It's a very selective process. They have to have a project that improves the community, makes the world a better place in some shape or form. So Lewis Haynes and Zachary Carrasco, who had been at Briscoe at the end of last year, now at Taft, had a Briscoe bike club, which now is expanded to Taft. And what the neat thing about this is they kind of pitch their ideas, and they're community partners that walk around and offer them resources and money. And so now the Briscoe Bike Club, which will also be at Taft, has received additional money, funding for additional bikes. So it's about safety, health, and wellness as part of their bike program, which is really incredible. And these young men were just glorious. They had to pitch it in front of the mayor, in front of city council who was there, different department heads, but then the community partners who actually had some purse strings and some resources. Tess Fontenot had a self-defense class for young ladies. That was also a winner, and that was she's at Brandeis. And then Stinson Walking Club, Myra Aaron also was one of the winners that evening. There were over 40 student groups from all over San Antonio, but those were 3 from Northside that just, they were incredible. And then real quick, you were mentioning Raise Your Hand Texas was hosted at Cass Teach, but we have their ribbon cutting coming up, fellow trustees, October 18th at 6, which will be really nice. One of my favorite things I just want to brag on is Be Well, Stay Well again. It's October 21. Kim Ridgely presented at our academics committee last week and said our board's inviting, so just walk in. You don't have to sign up. And Kim, I forgot to write the starting time, 8:30? 8:30. And then I also wanted to thank Kim. Lorenzo Gomez, who wrote, one of my heroes, wrote Tafoya Toro, 3 Years of Fear. He's got a new book coming out. This book is written on his experience in middle school prior to coming to Health Careers High School. The whole last chapter is just giving so much credit and gratitude to Health Careers High School, which helped him after his 3 years of fear. The neat thing is he's very honest about mental health, and through a student's lens, through his lens now as an adult. And he's just, I love when he talks to students because he makes them feel very comfortable about some of the things they're going through. And I wish I knew the name of his new book, but he is a Northside grad doing great things. And Northside got to see the Cass students present 3 Years of Fear. They wrote it, they totally produced it. Very few adults were involved, and it was at, not the Majestic, the Empire Theater. Yes, thank you. Beautiful theater. And that's it. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Harrell. Trustee Lopez?
Thank you. Mine will be very short. No, actually, I've just got 2 things. Just one is an announcement, just kind of for the next month. It's for Hispanic Heritage Month. It's called the Crossroads to Success Celebration, and that's going to be put on by the Alamo Colleges. And what they are having is they're having an event at the Westside Education Training Center on October the 14th. October the 7th from 9 to 12. It's going to host a couple of events. They're going to have some poetry, some literature readings, and things like that, some artwork, some exhibition, and there's going to be some programs there that community members, not only just in the west side, but here as well in the northwest side, that can be a part of it. They're looking for young students from Holmes High School, from John Jay High School, any of our high schools in the district to go and attend. Some of the programs that will be available will be ready to work essay. So those students that have just graduated, that are looking for a job, there's some programs there that they can register and be a part of. Also, as well as the WETC, Westside Education Training Center, opportunities there for courses or for even some employment within within the Alamo Colleges district. So just wanted to make sure I announced that. They are looking for a possible announcement on our part, Barry, so I'm not sure what we can do to help promote that event. I can send you a flyer and maybe we can use some social media or something like that. But that's one thing that would be nice to help out with advertising within our community. Second, I did have an event that I attended, and it was more of a community or a business owner giving back to a community and giving back to his community. His name is Michael Williams, and he's a realtor, local realtor here in San Antonio. And it just so happened that he's been doing this for a while, and I just happened to be at the Saul Ross campus. We were meeting about some other stuff, and he came in, him and his wife, they brought a van full of food and clothes. And it was really interesting to hear why he said, he goes, I was at one point in time, I was in need at a time growing up, and so I have always remembered that when I had the opportunity, when I become successful, he was going to give back to the community. So, and he is very successful, has his own real estate brokerage firm, and is doing very well, and remembered and kept to his promise. And so it was just an opportunity for him to give back to a community and of need. And it just so happens it was Saul Ross, right? So in that area, there's a lot of need. So it was good to see that, and we took some pictures, and my heart was filled to see that. And so it was good to know that we're going to have some kids there, that we're going to have some food that day and have some clothes. So, and to start off the school year. So it was really good to see that. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Lopez. Trustee Duran?
So I just want to invite you all and the teachers, especially those that teach dual credit, to the dual credit conference. It's going to be held at St. Philip's College on October 14th, and our keynote speaker is actually Dr. Kraft. So there's still a lot of room for teachers and anyone that'd like to attend. I think that we could capitalize, like I think Trustee Saldana was mentioning, getting those kiddos to get credits early on, and saving money at the end of the day is really what we have. Some great programs through the Alamo Academies and partnerships that already exist with our students. It's a sacrifice, it is, because you have to get up really early to go to college and then go back to high school and then be a high school student. But the cost savings and then really the impact that has on families is tremendous. We also have the Alamo Promise already here, so let's start getting our students educated and preparing already, even though those that are graduating this year, so you can get in those programs and save to attend college. I do want to shout out our HR. Today's HR Professionals Day. Thank you for getting everyone hired, and you're still working really hard, so kudos to you, and I hope you got at least a donut, okay? That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Duran. Trustee Salcido?
As a first-year trustee, I plan on trying to visit all those campuses. I'm at 21 so far, so getting there. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Sweet.
Okay, we'll drop the mic on that one. All right.
Short and sweet.
And I just have a couple of things. One, I was able, Mexican American School Board Association, MASBA, held their annual conference here. I was able to go to the pre-conference, and Trustee Duran was also there. But their focus was on student voices, and it was a 3-hour session, but it kept everybody going. So it was just great input and gives other thoughts. So very pleased. The other was going to let everybody know a lot of opportunities for all of our trustees to really collaborate with other trustees across the state this next month. You know, we've got TASB this week. Remember, we got Go Public on our calendar coming up at the beginning of October, so we can collaborate with other trustees as well as other districts. I should also mention on Friday evening, since I'm president of Texas Caucus of Black School Board Members, we have our big event that night at 8 or so. And to get in, you have to bring a book. And what we do with the books is we sort of give those to a school that's in need. So if you're planning to come, that's something else to know, okay? And the last one I was going to bring up, I know you talked about football, but the middle school cross-country program, ooh, that is, the feedback I'm getting from that, I think y'all know I coach a lot of kids in that age group, and a lot of them are in that cross-country. I can't believe the feedback from the kids and the parents on that. I'm glad we started that program this year. It's been, at least the feedback I've gotten, very successful, so, okay.
Bobby, Monday we have something with trustees, don't we? Bear County Coalition Breakfast?
No, oh, I'm sorry. No, what happens is, no, not Monday. There is an area association meeting at Tasby Hospital, but we don't have that one on Monday yet. Because if he did, I failed to schedule it. But anyway, he's the president. So you're calling me out on something I may have forgotten.
Public Monday?
And maybe Go Public is October 2nd. Oh, it's Go Public. Yeah, okay, thank you. Ooh, that was close. That didn't, all right. Yeah, we have to Go Public.
Southwest High School.
You got it. And that's, trustees, superintendents, our public information officers, and others. Yeah, thank you. All right. Okay, to let everybody know, and our board also, we are going to shift one item over, not yet, but for those that may be waiting on item number 10 under our administration, which is it's going to have the discussion of administrative boundary. And one other item, we're going to move that one to after item number 7, curriculum instruction. Okay, so everybody can prepare for that. But for now, we've got the recognitions coming up.
So one of the most exciting, if not probably the most exciting moment of the evening, it is our pleasure to recognize a couple of individuals, and I mentioned both of these individuals. So I'll start with Miss Dominique Rose. It's always a pleasure to be able to recognize outstanding staff and students, and tonight we have one of each. First, Miss Rose, an 8th grade social studies teacher at Folks Middle School. Is the 2023-2024 KINS 5 Excel Award winner for Northside ISD.
Yeah. Here we go.
So I don't know if she knew or not, but we were able to recognize her in a gym full of 7th and 8th graders out at Folks Middle School during a pep rally. If you haven't had the opportunity to attend a middle school pep rally lately, I would highly encourage it. But it was a lot of fun. Of course, the entire KINS 5 news crew, I think, was out there. The morning crew was out there, and we got to celebrate truly a phenomenal professional in the field. So if I may, before we congratulate Ms. Rose officially, if I can direct your attention, we've got a short video to learn more about the outstanding work that she does.
KINS 5 and Credit Human surprising a local Northside ISD teacher with our Excel Award and a $1,000 check at a huge pep rally at Folks Middle School. Dominique Rose teaches 8th grade history, but her philosophy in the classroom is curriculum second and kids first. It's the same concept that influenced her childhood and inspired her to become a teacher at the same school district where she grew up.
She comes in and we're all copying. And then she says and we have to yell boom.
I need to make sure y'all know the regions. I knew I was going to be a teacher back in elementary.
Even at a young age, Dominique Rose understood that just one person in the right place at the right time could impact so many lives.
Or one. Let me see all y'all's hands. The world needs good teachers.
A good teacher is exactly what she needed.
I was that kid. In some cases, growing up. Like I said, I went to a lot of schools at first.
Rose went to Northside ISD schools.
Because you're going to need to know them.
Here she is, full circle, where she now teaches 8th grade history at Folks Middle.
What letter did I tell you to remember?
Her classroom style resembles that of her favorite childhood teacher.
She created a community. She called her student skills bees. We were her family. And again, the curriculum came second. She was just there to make sure that we were okay. Did you see that on TikTok? And that's what made me realize, like, I needed that in my life at that time. And I know some of these kids need that in their life. And I want to be that if I can.
Whether it's by telling stories or showing them real-life examples,
It just like pumps us up and gets us ready for class.
she helps them see, think, and wonder.
How she teaches, because like I struggle a lot with history, and like right now what we're learning right now, I think I'm actually really comfortable with it.
Maryland, Georgia, and Pennsylvania.
To comfortably navigate the world one day.
So 8th grade, I think, is a very influential time because you're able to help them see who they can be. I don't judge you if you don't know all that, because
And the rest is history.
celebrate the small wins. Oh, you didn't get the grade that you wanted, you didn't get an 8, hey, you passed. That is a win, so let's celebrate that. Go for it. I want to be able to know that I left a footprint on these kids' lives. The Southern colonies had it, and so far so good, because they're coming back, and that's what makes this job worth it. And hat.
And it says little wins that build their confidence, she says. Congratulations again to Miss Rose. You can check out our past Excel winners now on kens5.com/Excel.
Absolutely. So now, without further ado, Mr. President, members of the board, it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Dominique Rose, educator extraordinaire, Folks Middle School.
Yeah, we'll go down. We'll go down. Yeah, let's go down for a picture also, yeah. Top quarters.
Transitioning.
And you want to introduce your family real quick?
Yeah, please.
Oh, yeah. Here are my children. They go to Scarborough Elementary, and their teacher told me to say that he has the best 5th grade teacher ever. And then my husband, that's my number 1 sport.
So it is also my pleasure to introduce a young man to my right who is an outstanding student both on and off the field. Jackson Gutierrez, a senior at J Science and Engineering Academy, was chosen as the 2023-2024 KENS 5 All-Star Student Athlete Award winner for Northside ISD. I know this individual won't brag on himself, so I'm going to, as you're shaking his hand. Jackson is currently ranked 48th in his class out of 491 students with a grade point average of 97.13. I hope we didn't break any confidentiality rules when we just announced that. He's been named the first team academic all-district in baseball, basketball, football, and track. The Mustang quarterback has lettered in 4 varsity sports and is a member of the J High School National Honor Society, and he is going to do great things in the very near future, serving in the U.S. Navy after attending the Naval Academy. Some of you may know, speaking of football, Jackson's father is also the head football coach at J High School. pretty awesome experience.
Did he come? Did your family come?
He's at practice.
Oh, he did.
Imagine that.
You can't start because you
Something tells me we might be able to work something out. Finally, congratulations again, Jackson. We're really proud of you. Finally, for many years, the district has held a district-wide Declaration of Respect Day for students K-12 and staff to promote anti-bullying across our schools. This initiative is led by Mary Libby, Director of Counseling, and all counselors. I think Miss Libby is here, actually. Kim Ridgely. We're going to recognize Kim Ridgely. On October 6, 2023, we will hold the 12th Annual District-Wide Signing Day for students and staff. Counselors have been equipped with training, materials, and lessons for the classroom, presentations that teach necessary skills to our students to promote safe, respectful, and healthy climate. Trustees are asked to sign the Declaration of Respect certificate as a sign of support for the program, and I will sign upon behalf of the school district. And so again, with us today is Dr. Kim Ridgely. She is our Executive Director of Whole Child Services, and we would like at this time, I believe, to sign the Declaration of Respect.
So make sure you don't get it on your hands. Like the last time.
Right? It was like right here. But that's school teacher markers. You know your teacher when it's,
Oh, yeah. Oops. Okay, we're going to sing.
oh, we're going to sing?
No, not sing. That's no. No.
Do you have a little map that you're putting? I bet you do. I'm proud of you.
All right, so how we got it?
I'm sorry, what?
We got picture. You noticed it, huh? Good catch. That was a good catch.
The microphone's so bad. There you go.
Dr. Reed, oh, please come join us.
Sorry. Didn't realize you wanted to grab this on.
You got that? Yeah, thank you.
Again, special thanks to Dr. Ridgely, Assistant Superintendent for Whole Child, and all of our counselors throughout the district. At this time, this concludes our honors and recognition for this evening.
All right, congratulations to those we were able to recognize, and thank you to the board for the signing of our Declaration of Respect. I think that's pretty significant since we'll be working with every single school, and for the board and superintendent to start things out is great. So thank you all for doing that. Okay. So we'll go ahead. Now we will have our citizens to be heard. And let's just make sure on our citizens to be heard portion, for those that may have signed up, you may recall you can sign up for an individual agenda item, and that would be listed by number. And then for everybody else, should be during this particular portion. So we'll go ahead, and first let me just sort of give you the rules for addressing the board during this portion. So we believe citizens be heard is important and meaningful, and we'll listen to what you have to say. We value your opinions, although we are restrained, this is important, by law from taking any type of action. Have you address your remarks to the board. Confine your remarks to a policy or practice. You have 3 minutes, and what you'll see is our board secretary will hold up a yellow card at the 2-minute point, and then at the 3-minute point, we'll hold up the red card and just ask you wrap up the remarks in. But for everybody else, it's hard to see from a speaker, but there's also a clock that displays there for that 3-minute time period, okay? And we'll go ahead and we'll call our very first citizens up.
Yes, sir. I think we have another very special presentation, actually, that you're not aware of, but we somewhat are. The first individual to be heard is Janet Ray with the San Antonio Alumni Chapter Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc.
Good afternoon to the board. My name is Janet Ray, president of the San Antonio Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. We are a public service organization of sisterhood, 350,000 worldwide, dedicated to working in our communities, focusing on the needs of our communities where we live, work, serve through sisterhood, scholarship, service, and social action. There are over 300 members in our local chapter, many of who are educators. That are some that are here tonight that are part of Northside Independent School District. So tonight we're at several board meetings, and tonight we have the honor of giving a recognition to a special member of the community and of the board. So with that, I would turn it over to Dr. Kelly Lofton, educator and principal, who will present the award on behalf of the chapter.
The 2023 recipient of the Ruth Jones McClendon Trailblazer Award has a long documented and proven record of community service and activism in the San Antonio area. He was first elected to the Northside ISD Board in 1999 and is one of the longest serving African American school board trustees in San Antonio. During this time, he has served continuously, advocating for students, teachers, and staff. He has garnered partnerships with local businesses and industries and government officials to serve as mentors and provide programs in the classroom to support teachers. He also serves as the chair of the Texas Caucus of Black School Board Members and president of the Bexar County School Boards Coalition. In addition to his public service and activism with NISD, our recipient is the president of the San Antonio Area Foundation African American Fund, also known as the Fund, which is the most impactful Black philanthropic entity in San Antonio community. The fund has awarded over $200,000 to local African American nonprofit organizations through its annual grant program. Our recipient holds true to the mission of the African American Fund, which is to promote and advocate for financial philanthropy to enhance the quality of living of the African American community in the San Antonio area. Our recipient is dedicated to helping small minority-owned businesses receive both funding and educational support they need to be successful. Through the Dreammaker Fund, he forged a partnership between the African American Fund and Lift Fund to provide microfunding for small Black-owned businesses. His longtime membership and volunteerism in and around the city has made lasting impact and is felt in multiple areas in our community, specifically education, small minority-owned businesses, nonprofit organizations, youth athletics, young professionals, systems and technology, and research and philanthropy. The San Antonio Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated is proud to present the Ruth Jones McClendon Trailblazer Award to Mr. Bobby Black.
Well, thank you. Thank you. go through that on here. No, really. I know. Congratulations. Thank you. No, I really appreciate it. You know, I know we can't discuss or other things, but I do want to acknowledge, you know, one, to have it, Ruth Jones Award is pretty significant, as everybody can imagine. But the other part that I want to say is the partnerships, all the activity I've done with the Deltas all over the state here and other places has been great. So while they give me this recognition, there's some things we've made to impact kids across the board. So thank you all. Thanks again thank you all. Okay. All right. Well, it's hard to do, but let's go ahead and call her our next citizen.
Next individual lined up is Linda Ballard, and I believe we have 2 NISD student bowlers with us as well. 4. They've multiplied.
Good evening. Oh wait, shoot. Okay, good evening. My name is Adrian Gonzalez, and I'm a sophomore here at Taft High School. And I'm a 3-sport athlete here at Taft, and I play bowling, soccer, and football. And why do I enjoy Taft bowling? I enjoy Taft bowling just due to the fact that I've never thought a high school would have a bowling team, first of all. Bowling is one of my favorite pastimes, as I've been bowling with my family since I was 4 years old. The experiences that I gained from last year being on the varsity bowling team that won district and qualified for state was pretty significant and an overall rewarding experience. The amazing memories that we made as a team, both on the bowling lanes and off the bowling lanes, was really cool. Like the time where we went to Texas Roadhouse and my teammates said it was my birthday, even though it wasn't. So it turned out to be funny. Yeah, funny. And I had to ride the saddle and go like that. But yeah. So it turned out to be a funny and memorable joke that I'll never forget. The friendships I made were also key to our success, and we were able to bond as a solid team and come together in clutch moments throughout the season. The teammates that I had were always there to pick me up if I had a bad game or bad frame, which definitely made it easy to come back stronger. Why should you or anyone join Taft Bowling? You should join Taft Bowling just due to the fact that we had fun as a team, but we also learned how to persevere and grow as a team. We had coaches that cared about us as individuals and were part of our success as a team. They allowed us to have fun, be kids, and learn from our mistakes throughout the season, which paid dividends at the end of season. The experiences that you will gain by joining Taft Bowling or any bowling team could be one of your greatest experiences you could have in high school. The atmosphere for bowling is so much fun, but yet very competitive overall, and can be truly rewarding both individually and as a team. We are setting a challenge on October 23rd for our kickoff for bowling, which any of y'all are welcome to.
Wait, what is it again?
It's our kickoff for bowling. On October.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that was it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm guessing there will be, yes.
You're good. We're good.
Do you guys have anything else to say?
All right. Thank you so much
Good, good.
for listening to us. We wanted you to see just a portion of all the students in Northside. Every high school is represented with a team. We have over 300 bowlers that come and bowl and learn, the sportsmanship,
Teamwork. It gives you an idea of how to work with a team. For sports.
So we purposely planned it so that it wasn't on a school board night. We're flexible. So we made it on Monday. So we sure hope to see y'all there.
Good. Well, thank you all. Thank you. Well done. Thank you all. It's great to have that student voice, and we'll see you then.
I'm sick that day.
All right, we'll go ahead and hear from our next citizen.
Yes. Next, I believe we have Jamie, and forgive me, I'm going to make sure I try to read this correctly. Is it Espola? Espola.
On August 24th of 2021, I was carried out of an NISD board meeting for not wearing a mask. Subsequently, later on in the following year, I was then arrested for criminal trespass warning because I wanted to be a parent. I wanted to attend my children's games, and I was not allowed to because I got carried out of that board meeting. I'm not here to discuss that because pretty much everybody knows that story, maybe not you, Dr. Kraft. But I am wondering how there is such a discrepancy in the consequences for me not wearing a mask and Dr. Duran driving allegedly under the influence. So I believe that board members are supposed to have the 7 pillars of character for Northside, and one of them is responsibility. Another one is citizenship. And I believe that she did not, at that, when she was picked up and arrested, that she did not display at least 2 of those characteristics, the pillars of the characteristics.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I get clarification on using names and citizens to be
My time
heard
needs to
again,
stop.
please?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. We'll
Thank
give you
you.
the time back.
Thank you.
My understanding
Can I
is,
get clarification on that?
yeah, they can use names. We can't talk about the case or anything on those lines, but the
Okay.
rules have changed on that.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah, sorry.
thank you, excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay. So I spent 28 hours in jail, and then I had to hire an attorney so that I could fight a case against Northside because of that criminal trespass warning. If it had not been dismissed, I would have spent up to a year in prison and $4,000 for not wearing a mask. But we still have a school board member up here that's supposed to represent our community, that's supposed to take the safety and consideration of our students into account. Imagine if she had hit a Northside student or any person while you were driving under the influence. And I know it's alleged. I understand what it's like to be arrested and taken to prison for, something that may or may not have happened. However, I don't believe that it is fair that she is allowed to remain because she did get arrested and picked up, and the officer did describe her actions during while he was assessing her. So that's basically what I'm here for today is to understand why my consequence was so much more severe than hers. I could not attend my children's games. I could not go to school board meetings. Dr. Kraft, I love how you are on your phone while I'm speaking. That makes me, lets me know I'm really being heard on this. But nothing's probably going to get done, but it is not fair for Dr. Duran to stay on the school board because she was arrested for driving under the influence. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and hear from our next citizen.
Next, we have Salam Baya.
Hello, my name is Selam Baya. It's okay, my name gets butchered all the time. I am here today on behalf of my child, whom I asked if it was okay to share their story. I also want to bring awareness that, I guess it's kind of hard to start, but we'll begin. My child is 14 years old and is a 9th grader at Taft High School, because now has transferred as of Monday to O'Connor. I'm here today to share my child's story. My child made an outcry in the 7th grade. I called and reported it to SAPD. Child Safe did an investigation and provided my child with trauma therapy. However, because they are of the same age, there was no penetration. He was not charged with anything, and the detective made it clear to me that I would not be able to build a case against this person. So since then, it's left my child with lifelong scars. He recently was discharged from Clarity Child Guidance Center, where my child was diagnosed with major mood disorder and PTSD complex. My child is in a better place. On the 2nd week of school, trying to face a new chapter in life, he saw the person who molested him since he was 4 years old going to the same exact high school as my child goes to. NISD, I went to their admin. I asked them what they could do for me, and all they said was that they cannot even accept a restraining order against that person. They wouldn't be able to tell that other person to not go to that school, but they could offer me an admin transfer, to which was offered to me more so as a luxury than an offer that should be provided for someone of that nature, of that case. I understand that some people ask for those admin transfers in regards to wanting a better school system or a better, district, but I asked for it because of my child's safety. Currently, there will be, in 1 year in the state of Texas, 70,000 cases of child abuse. 1 in 4 will be sexually abused as for girls. Boys, it's 1 in 6. I know that there's going to be more cases like mine, and I wish that the case would have been handled more delicately and could provide transportation. My child does not have transportation. I have to figure it out, how to get them to and from O'Connor from where I live. I have to be to work at Stone Oak at 7:30 in the morning. I drop off my child at 7:06. High school doesn't start till 9 a.m. And he just sits there outside. I just wish there was more that could be done for people like that. I think they're deserving. I think it's a case-by-case situation, not just any admin transfer. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Next, we have Vera Billingsley.
Thank you. I ran against Dr. Duran, but this is not about me. It's not about anything but justice here, because I found out that another school district, San Antonio Independent School District, censored one of their members in 2021. So there is rule that you can censor one of your own. And I believe no person is above the law or above the code of ethics that they have as a board member trustee written their name underneath. Okay. I believe also that we as the taxpayers of Northside Independent School District, that we request you as the trustees to censor Carla Duran for residing on the board due to her unexemplary off-duty conduct, being arrested for DWI until at least after her court date. Why is it important to act? What example would you be setting for your students of this district? Are you telling teachers and coaches and staff that integrity and consistency doesn't matter? Okay, that the morals, I've given you each a paper you could read. I don't know if you passed it out. I'm reading what was on this paper. So I'm kind of trying to get it so that the people here would know. Okay, if you were in the same situation, okay, are you conveying that that just an apology is sufficient? Because there is virtue and mercy in asking forgiveness, but her apology was at best bad grammar and at worst a fake apology. We felt it was not sincere. Just as parents have to correct their children, and as teachers correct students, just as principals correct teachers and students, and just as superintendents correct principals, just as trustees correct superintendents, so should board members correct their peers. It's called fraternal correction out of brotherly love. Does your lack of action say you care more about yourselves than you care about helping her from, by disciplining her.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, time's up right now. Thank you.
Next, we have Terry Zablocki, excuse me.
It's Spurs Barbie, for those of us who are wondering. Face it this way. Are we ready? And go. Good evening. I had the occasion to, on Friday before I took a trip, I want to nominate for the Spirit Stick the Learning Tree staff. Why? Because my grandson was upset that I picked him up rather than letting him stay at Learning Tree. That was my first issue. There's no laughter on my part on this. Number two, I took a trip. I flew into what I called National Airport. It's now Reagan National Airport. And in the case of that, I started thinking, oh my gosh, all the items on the agenda show that issues and circumstances keep coming up. You have naming on the agenda. I looked at, and I heard this evening just now, a reference to, oh, take your child to a private school. Okay? And here's what I looked up. I looked up the tuition at 3 of the schools, private schools I've taught at in different states. At Stone Ridge and Bethesda, the current pre-K tuition is $31,900. High school, $45,000. In Tampa, Florida, K through 4th, $18,000. And the one where Justice O'Connor attended, Radford, it's in El Paso, right on the border. It's $8,000 currently, but it only services 268 students. Why am I here tonight? I'm here for Spurs Barbie. I came during the summer, and some people were not able to be in attendance, which is an important part of being a trustee, and I was inadequate when it came to socks versus clocks. The idea that we should, instead of giving retirees the delightful clock, we should give an option so that you could check, right? You could check and say, ooh, donate the money. Because, as I like to keep everything financially, Torian Prince, graduate of Warren High School. Torian, it's common knowledge, he was homeless in Northside. Northside helped him. Torian returns. He's currently a Laker. His salary is in the $4 million range, okay? And he returns. To me, when all this stuff happens, take a positive action. I ask everyone to support, and I'm trying to be as clear as I can. Socks, it doesn't have to be socks. Let retirees say, here, I check a box and use that money for threads rather than give us a clock. Thank you very much. That was fun.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have Jesse Cardenas.
I'll start off by saying it's been 30 years since I've addressed the board. I had the pleasure of meeting all of you, and it's my pleasure. Unfortunately, I'm not here on a good note tonight. The only good note I am asking and considering the board that they rename Oak Hills Terrace on Cary Grant Street after Miss Melissa Chumley. Secondly, I'd like to talk about pride. The pride that many of us and I even saw it right here, just sitting down, being quiet. I saw how much pride each and every one of you take by sitting on this board. I know secondly, I'd like to go on to tell you the pride that the impacting teachers take on teaching their students. They want to see their students impacted by what they tell them. They want to see that the pride that people take in feeding the children, in cleaning after the children, in the transporting of children, the people that build and maintain our schools, the people that honor themselves by taking pride on each team member, especially when Dr. Kraft has inherited such a dream team of a cabinet. So at this point, I say, well, wait a minute. We have a board member on this board that unfortunately has brought shame on us. It's brought embarrassment. Now, is she a good person? I'm sure she is. I have no qualms about that. I just want to be sure and mention that this is not what we want to promote, especially when we have those individuals. We just saw that gentleman right there who is going to be brilliant one of these days, an athlete. I was an athlete. But the end result is that we have mentors on this board. Every one of y'all is prime example of how to be. So if I'm thinking I'm exaggerating or am I being passionate about these children? Yeah. For 30 years before that, I was back to the Drat Jordan days, the Ed Cody days. But I will tell each and every one of you, there's granted legally, nothing can be done. I understand that. And like I said, she's a fine lady. I have no problem with that. But the issue being is that we somehow, as a community, as a group, maybe something could be done in some way. Remorseful, at least. That's really all I have, and thank y'all for listening to me.
Okay, our next citizen.
And I just want to make sure, clarifying, this is also a citizen to be heard, not an agenda item. Mr. Robert Gonzalez?
Yeah, are you for? Okay. Yeah, come on up.
Hello. Gosh, I really don't want to be here, but I have to say, this hits me real hard. It's very personal to me as well, because I am a child of an alcoholic, and I can tell you that from personal experience within the family, it's a downward spiral if it's not acknowledged. And the first thing that has to come is personal responsibility and accountability. And it's very difficult because unless you have that, it's not going to go away. And this may or may not have been the first time, according to the record of a DWI arrest. But I want to say that you all are not just board members, you're trustees. I mean, that is your title. And part of that is the trust that you are supposed to earn. You serve as mentors, as others have mentioned. And there's the question of the example that's being set for everyone. I mean, we're here, within the universe of school of learning. Children are looking at the way everyone conducts themselves. And quite frankly, it eventually, this is public, and middle school, high school, it's going to make the rounds. We will see things, public video, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and when that comes out, it's not going to be nice. And I was a student. We were all kids, and we'd all laugh behind the teacher when we saw things that we might criticize, and here rightly so, because we would say that someone got away with something that they shouldn't be getting away with. There's no kind of outcome or nothing in the way of whether or not it's within your purview of a suspension or someone mentioned that there was a censure. I think if that's within your purview, you should consider that. But that's in your hands. But at any rate, when someone sees a child or a young adult sees that there are no repercussions to certain actions, they'll say, hey, if they got away with it, I can get away with it too. And it's not serious. And it is serious because you never know when you might end up injured or dead yourself due to an accident. You may kill someone as a result of the accident. A passenger or someone in another car. So I'm asking for all of you to take this all into consideration. It's not a laughing matter, and I'm sorry to even have to be here to address this. Thank you.
And I believe last to be heard for citizens to be heard portion is S. I believe it's Crocken. I'm sorry. Is that correct? Crocken.
Hello, trustees. I also take no pleasure in being here tonight. I'm a member of MAD. I have a sister who was mowed down by a drunk driver in the middle of the day. She was 14 years old. My mother never got to see her graduate from school, get married, have children. And for you to be sitting there like you've done nothing wrong, like this is okay. It's unconscionable. You should be ashamed. There's no shame in your face. You're sitting here like nothing's going on. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Thank you.
I mean, if the board will not take action, you should have some self-respect and dignity to step down. You need to step aside, and this is serious. You could have killed somebody, let alone yourself. What legacy would have you left for your family? You losing your trustee is not the worst that could have happened. And I feel like you've lost the trust of the people, and you should step down. And I pray for you that you get help. There's help out there, and you can recover from this. But you need to take responsibility for what you've done. Thank you.
Okay, and just to verify, we have some that are signed up for particular items. I think Mrs. Aki is going to be 11B.
Yes, as well as 11D.
11D, and that's, okay. And that's the ones we have. Okay, so when we get to those items, we'll address those. So that completes our citizens to be heard. And once again, as a reminder, since there was scheduled an agenda item, we can't address them, et cetera. So we're going to go ahead and move over to our next agenda item. And that's going to be our, if some people want to leave, I know some are sort of, if you want to, we'll slowly transition over for those that want to take that opportunity. All right, our next scheduled agenda item is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to come before the board?
Mr. Blunt?
Yeah.
Before the motion, I just have a question. I had asked Dr. Kraft earlier today about the item number F, 2324 School Boundary Advisory Committee. As I looked at the makeup of the committee, according to policy, our goal is to have two people from each school, from each middle school. And I understand that we're having some challenges in finding the volunteers to complete that committee. Is that so? Are we still asking the principals to submit names? Or?
I'll let Mr. Glendo speak to this matter. Our goal is to try to find two representatives per the CBAC, or excuse me, the boundary rezoning. But we've had some challenges, so I'll let Mr. Glendo speak.
Yes, ma'am. So, Ms. Freeman, we will continue. This is the list as of now that we have, and I think we have about 21 people on there. Typically, if it was a high school, we would certainly want a lot more than that. As you know, I've been through the process. We would, at this point, want as many, if not all, the 21 to be at the boundary. Luckily, this year we have, as of now, one school boundary that we're going to decide on. But to answer your question, yes, we do have still principals working, and hopefully we can get some more if need be. And for now, however, if necessary, we'll proceed with the 21 that we have there. Still a diverse group that covers, all parts of the district. But yes, if at all possible, we would like to have a higher number.
Yeah, and just representative from across the district as we make those. We seek help in making those decisions. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on any specific ones? If not, is there a motion to come before the board?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
All right, have a motion and second. Any further discussion? All right, it's been moved and second that we can approve the consent agenda. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, state nay. Okay, great, motion carries. All right, our next area we go into is in curriculum and instruction, and our 24-month ESSER update.
Yes, thank you, President Blunt. Tonight, I'll be providing an ESSER update, which we're required to provide.
Oh, am I not on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start over. So tonight I'll provide a 24-month ESSER update. As you're aware, it's a requirement for districts to bring to their Board of Trustees updates at 6 months intervals. So tonight we'll look at where we are 24 months in. As you're aware, ESSER funds are intended to mitigate challenges from the global pandemic. We have 3 different types of ESSER funds, ESSER 1, 2, and 3. The first 2 focus mostly on safety for students, and ESSER 3 focus mostly on mitigating the learning lag that our students experienced, most notably in mathematics and reading. Northside ISD received just over $173 million in ESSER 3 funds, so the remainder of this presentation will talk about those expenditures. As just a reminder, you see here what ESSER 3 can fund. Think of it really in 3 big buckets. So the first bucket is about addressing the learning lag. So what additional academic supports can we provide for students to close the gap and help them regain the learning where they're behind? The second big piece, which we're really proud of the work our teachers and our counselors have done in Northside, is around what we call wraparound supports. Those range from additional counseling support for students to actually partnering with external agencies that not only work with students, but they also work with families. Each school district must review its ESSER plan every 6 months, as I mentioned, and they must ask the public for feedback as to any changes the public thinks needs to be made in the plan. If any of those changes are made, then the plan is adjusted and those must be posted. So we did do the survey, as we do really every 6 months. And so this past survey, we received 106 responses. We had the vast majority was from parents. And the top asks in the survey were, what are we doing well that we need to continue doing? And it was noted that they feel that our schools are clean. They feel like our schools are germ-free, which a year ago when we did the survey, that was their number one concern. So that was good to see that the parents who responded felt positively about that. There was an ask that that parents said that we need to continue to provide teacher support, that our teachers are going over and beyond, and so we need to continue to do things for them so that they can do their job in the classroom. This next slide shows the budget summary at 24 months. So as you'll see here, as of September 13th, we've spent roughly 77% of our ESSER budget, which we're a third through of ESSER expenditures, so we're really right where we need to be. Another piece we're really proud of is the majority of these expenditures are direct services to children and direct services to campus. It's a requirement with this budget that at least 20% be funneled directly to students, and we're over 66% in this budget. The part of our plan is by the time this comes to conclusion, which will be the end of September 2024, we will have expended all of the ESSER funds. In terms of staffing, we have 425 positions that have been budgeted in ESSER, and almost 85% of those positions are filled, which is a large number considering some of the issues we've had at filling positions. Of those that are vacant, they follow a pattern. There typically are hard to hire positions and are hard to keep positions. So to give an example, we have 72 learning tree positions that are budgeted, and many times these pull in college students and young adults, and it's a kind of a revolving door. So that is a large part of where we're still vacant. We're going to be working as we move towards the end of the ESSER budget cycle in September. Many of these positions will cease because the purpose of the ESSER money was to address the lag in the interim. We are looking at program evaluations to see what initiatives that we believe we should continue. So when you think of how we use ESSER, so we talked about academic supports, we use it for wraparound services. Well, in terms of initiatives, we do really basically three things. One of the first things we do, or we're using ESSER funds for, is taking existing programs that we already have and expanding them so more students can participate. So a great example, we've had pre-K and ECSE since the beginning of time. So what ESSER has allowed us to do is expand our offerings to our families and our students. We've had Learning Tree, we've had BMC, we've had summer school, all of those things we've had. And what ESSER has allowed us to do is use the ESSER funds instead of the general fund to save some money in the general fund and touch more students. Another thing that we do, so we expand existing programs, but then we do some new things. Our focus again is really shoring up that learning lag in reading and mathematics and wraparound services. So here is a whole list and expenditures in these particular areas. Whenever you see things like Tier 2 and Tier 3, what that means is when students are struggling and they continue to be behind, those are resources that accelerate their learning at a faster pace so we can get them back learning things the first time we teach it in Tier 1. This third piece is very exciting. So as you know, we've had one retention payment. We're looking at another payment, and I know we call them different things, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but what's important to see here is the board superintendent goal. So our board and superintendent have set a goal, which we are very excited about, that says we must ensure there is a high-quality teacher in every classroom, because what we know is that is the number one in-school factor that's related to student achievement is a high-quality teacher. So as a result of that, we're channeling some ESSER funds to help make that happen. We're doing that, looking at some alternative certification programs to ensure that we have a pipeline of teachers, providing a retention payment for our really hardworking staff so that we can thank them and that so we can keep them. So that is how we've spent our ESSER money to date. We don't anticipate doing anything new over these last few months. The biggest thing that we'll recoup will be any of the vacancies that we currently have. We're working with budget and with HR. I mean, I would think by the time December or January rolls around, any vacancies will take off the books because we wouldn't be filling those positions if we know the positions are going to end in September. So has any of this made a difference? Has this moved the needle? And often that's so hard to tell because there are many, many, many complex factors. But as I said, we've done some evaluations and we can look at our data. So here is the spring 2023 STAR scores that compares north side to north side. And what you will see is north side students performed better in every tested area except for 7th grade reading, and then they equaled in a couple of areas than they did in 2022. So as you hear about some of the accountability things that sound weird, the true statement is our students performed better than they did the year prior. This next slide shows students in 3rd grade, which is one of our House Bill 3 measures when we measure reading, math, and CCMR. This is the percentage of students in 2023 in third grade who met approaches. So what I want you to look at is notice at STAR 2023 that 76% met approaches. So our students have surpassed where they were pre-pandemic. That's a big celebration, and thanks to our teachers, our students, and our staff who've made that happen. When you take a look at mathematics, whenever you see green, green is good. So our students from 2022 to 2023, they improved in every tested area in mathematics. In some cases, nearly double digits. We saw a similar jump in improvement from the previous year. This is a celebration for our students. But we have more work to do, because if you look at the next slide, notice our third grade students at approaches in mathematics are at 70. So we're still, notice we were at 51 in 2021. And so we still have a ways to go to get pre-pandemic. And we actually have an initiative that we implemented for ESSER with math coaches that has moved the needle over the last 3 years that we're looking at how we can make that happen. So what are our next steps? Well, one is we've got to think about succession plans, because just like anything, the things that we've expanded that we were already doing, we'll continue to do those things, which we plan to do that. It's some of the new things that we weren't doing. We really have to look at that carefully in terms of, being prudent with the budget. So we're having those conversations now. We plan to continue to fund our ESSER programs through the end of the grant cycle, which is the end of September 2024. And any remaining funds we have, we know will apply to, I'm looking at Tiffany, will apply to summer school, and can be recouped in other ways to benefit our students and our teachers. So that is the 24-month ESSER report.
Good, thank you, Dr. Jordan. Trustee Lopez?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Dr. Jordan, it was good information. I like hearing that. It looks like we're going upwards, and congratulations to our teachers, to your department, and to everybody that's providing those services. So it's good to hear that. One of the questions that I do have, because you mentioned wraparound services. Help me understand the wraparound services, and what does that encompass?
Yes, great question. So when we say wraparound services, it's all the services we provide students and families that are not directly tied to academics. So it can range from partnerships with communities and schools. It can be a clothes closet. It can be, the backpack meals that we send home. It can be mental health services that we provide to students. One of the big initiatives was the SEEDS team, where we actually put together teams of school psychologists and partnered with some outside agencies where they were able to really circle entire families who had some, really extensive needs due to the pandemic. So when we say wrap around, and we kind of, it's almost like you're putting your arms around.
Sure. Do we have any statistics or data on the amount of services, what services we've been providing for those wraparound services? So if it's counseling for a parent, if it's counseling for a student, do we have data for that?
We do. So just to give an example, and we just looked at this recently. So one of the initiatives we funded with ESSER is called it's the SSF, Student Success Facilitator. It's a position that we funded at each middle school. And what this Student Success Facilitator was able to do is kind of create a triad with the principal, the assistant principal, the counselor, and then we added in the school service facilitator. And we just looked at data in the number of counseling sessions. Then, because the school service facilitator took on, many of the 504 meetings, some of those other very, very important things that needed to happen, it freed up the counselor to counsel. The uptick that we'd seen in suicide ideation and outcries, you can imagine, we've seen a large uptick. But, you know, not to be insensitive, but completed suicides, all that are down. So we have numbers of increased services to students. And then we have some survey data where students and parents, I mean, they assess their level of well-being. How comfortable do they feel at the school? So it's one of those things, you wouldn't want to just look at one piece. It's kind of the whole picture. But yeah, for all of our initiative, we know the numbers that we've touched. We know, and then we can show how putting in different things, maybe rearranging core work has increased the amount of direct student services in many of those mental health areas.
Thank you. Thank you. Would we be able to get that data, or will that be reported to us, John, later on throughout the year?
In fact, we're going to have the opportunity to bring forward more data with the panorama survey
Yes, sir.
information that we're going to be launching here just in a couple of weeks, and so it'll be quite a bit of data across every campus.
Okay, good. One more question, and I promise that'll be it. So when you showed the survey that went out, you showed I forgot the number, 106, but it showed for Spanish speaking. Do you know what the reason for that anomaly was, or why was it not done in Spanish? Was there not an opportunity for the survey to go out in Spanish?
Yeah, that's a great question. The survey's in English and Spanish, and it's emailed to all parents in Northside it's at the same publication that goes out from Ms. Falconberry's office each week, the Northside publication. And so I would have to go back and look at previous surveys if we also had 0 Spanish. Frankly, even 106 English is a low response number. And so when we've talked to other districts about this particular survey, there's not as much participation, which what we're seeing through each survey means there's not a lot of input. We haven't had, this is our 3rd survey we've done, and nobody's really had a bee in their bonnet about anything. So
So you mentioned Barry, but what is it about Barry? What was it as far as promoting the survey? Or
there's a publication that
like what
Northside sends
publication?
out called
Insight, yeah, okay. And that's, yeah.
the parent newsletter. So so we've done it the same in each, and so it's in the parent newsletter that goes to the inbox of every parent in Northside, or whoever they've listed on the card.
All righty, thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, any other, remember, this is a discussion one, any other update, comments, or questions from board members? Okay, just one final one. I'm gonna set it up in a way, okay? So ESSER funding is strictly funding from the federal government, right? They don't provide other resources that support that, correct?
Yeah, it's just funding.
The reason why I say that is, especially looking at the data, isn't that sort of an excellent example of how funding can actually help us achieve further, especially with the special session coming up? It really provides some good example in that particular regard. So, okay.
Yes, sir, I would agree. And we've had flexibility with ESSER where, I mean, you can mix and mingle. There's not this planning issue, which has given has allowed us to be creative.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, so next we'll go to the listed as number 10 under administration. It's going to be our discussion of the administrative boundary proposal.
Yes, sir, Mr. Blunt, Dr. Kraft, trustees. So in August of next year, 2024, we'll open elementary school number 83, Village at West Point West. And as we typically do, we bring to you tonight the first glance at the proposal. We will, subsequent to this, have a work session with the SBAC, and then, as we always do, of course, a public hearing. And our hope is to come back in November for approval. So with that, I'll hand it over to Debbie. Ms. McNerney.
Dr. Kraft, Mr. Blunt, and members of the board, we're happy to bring you the boundary proposal as Mr. Galindo stated. This evening, we're here to discuss the proposed boundary for Village at West Point West Area Elementary School. And the goals that we're going to cover this evening are going to show you how we plan to provide relief that's much needed to Cole Elementary School, both for current and future growth in that area. And we also are going to show you how we can utilize some available capacity we have at Gom Elementary as part of our goal in relieving Cole. We'll go through the details of the proposal and talk about the effect on sending and receiving schools as we do each time. Just to give you a quick orientation on the map here, the Red Star Village at West Point West Area Elementary is located right here just north of Tally Road. This is the district boundary line to 11, and this is the county line where our north side's boundary falls along the county line. Tally Road, and there's Wiseman, and then 1604. Here is Cole Elementary, just south of the intersection of Wiseman and Tally. And I'll show you, if you'll go to the next slide, please, Monica. You can see all of the area in gold currently is the existing boundary for Cole Elementary School. And the area in green is the existing boundary as it is today for Gom Elementary School. To show you some data as to why we need to provide relief to Cole Elementary, and the numbers are in red here because usually we'll present our base day numbers, and that's this Friday. So when you see this the next time and when we present this to the public, we'll update that with the actual base day numbers. But as of our fourth week Friday last week, Cole had 1,185 students. It's a target enrollment 800 schools, so that says it all right there. But what is a little eye-opening is if you look at the projected enrollment next year and in 5 years out, Cole's attendance area, as you see in the gold area, is projected to be just over 2,100 students. So thus the boundary and the new school to relieve that area. Gom Elementary School had 471 students as of last Friday, and it's a target enrollment 750 campus. And you can see the projection in the out years is just to fall just slightly under 400 students. The number 471 students currently includes pre-K students from the from the Cole attendance area this year that we are serving at Gom because of the sheer size of Cole this year. So that number includes those students. The projected number would not include those pre-K students in the future. The areas that we are going to discuss in more detail and with neighborhoods include just this gold area here out of that larger Cole area that you saw. That gold area is the proposed area. We'll walk through neighborhoods in just a moment. And then we're also proposing an associated boundary change. So taking additional areas out of Cole and moving them into Gom and an existing campus. So 2 changes in this proposal: students going from Cole to the new school and students going from Cole to an existing school. As you look at the plan that we have in this proposal for the areas that would be involved in the new Village at West Point West Area Elementary School, you can see number 1, and that is the neighborhood school, if you will, where Village at West Point West area is located, and that's Riverstone at West Point. It's a D.R. Horton subdivision with different price point homes, as you've heard us talk about, and growing very rapidly and lots of room to expand. We were out there. There's a lot of empty streets with infrastructure in and ready to continue building. Number 2 is Ridge at Thomas Pond, and those of you that saw this a few days ago in policy, we just called it Thomas Pond. They've since put a new sign up, and they're calling it Ridge at Thomas Pond. It's an area that's under construction, has a few homes going in, and infrastructure still continuing in that area. Areas number 3, Tamaron and Saddle Creek Estates, and then number 5, Becker Ranch Estates. Those are all existing areas in Northside. And number 6, right here, this area, Westridge, and you see it has NISD next to that. It's an area that will be coming soon, a new development. The majority of that development actually sits on the west side of the county line, which is in Medina Valley School District, but there are units that will be right here that are in north side, so that will be a future development coming. Yep, can you back up just a second? Thank you. And then just on the far right-hand side, the areas 7 and 8, West Oak Estates and J-Bar Ranch. Those are existing neighborhoods in north side. These neighborhoods right here will exit from these front streets right here on Tally Road and turn right to get to the schools, to the new school. These areas would turn right and come down here to the main entrance, either at Gom or here the main entrance into the Riverstone at West Point. The detailed numbers, when you look at those by geographic areas, the Riverstone at West Point is projected next year to have 423 students and about 800 students at 5 years out. You can see that's a very large subdivision. The Thomas Track area and Meritage communities would be about 19 students next year, 106 5 years out. J-Bar and West Oak Estates, the older existing areas, about 43 students next year in the projections. That's a very stable area built out. And then the last area, the Tally, Petrenko, Legends, Oaks, Tamron, and Becker Ranch, that's the area on the far, against the county line on the far end of that map on the left-hand side, if you will. Again, existing areas. For the most part, 63 students projected, and then some additional growth in that area to projected about 95 students. That would take the area that you saw in gold and would have approximately 576 students next year, the year the school would open, and grows to just under 1,100 students 5 years out. You saw the very large Cole numbers on the early slide. If we take those areas in gold that we presented in this proposal out of Cole, it would leave Cole with just under 1,000 students in the projection next year and just over 1,000 students at the 5-year. So we've not done a good job at getting closer to that 800, and we're going to address that here in just a moment. And then Village at West Point West, you'll see starts small and grows very rapidly, as you are used to seeing in some of the new schools we've had in this area, and then we would address the needs of that school in the future. Because we do have the need to provide a little additional relief to Cole to get them closer to that target 800, we looked at the surrounding schools in this community, and GOM does have available capacity, as I showed you on an earlier slide. So you can see Cole is right here, and here's Wiseman. This is 1604, and here's West Military. The areas we're including in green in this proposed area, I'm going to talk backwards for a minute. Number 10 right here, Urbana at Juniper Point Apartments. That's a multifamily community that is currently under construction. The largest area here is the Frontera at West Point. This is where, if you're out visiting Brennan High School, sorry, I lost my train of thought for the name. It's the neighborhood that kind of wraps around that as you enter on Cottonwood Way, but they also have an entrance here. When we looked at this area, one of the ideal things that we saw, not only do we have the available space at GOM, but these areas actually, the neighborhoods are adjacent. It's traversing from one neighborhood to the next neighborhood in order to get to GOM. It's literally, you're driving down the neighborhood street, and the change is there's a fence and there's an older home and then a newer home, and the pavement changes color in essence. There's not a gated area. Then the families here could commute either coming down onto Saxon Hill and directly here. They can come down Sage Run onto Pritchard Bend and then down. They can come Sage Run this way into West Creek Oaks. So there's many ways to get from those communities into the GOM elementary school without ever having to go out on Loop 1604 or on Wiseman. They're not making a left against traffic. They're just driving through their neighborhood streets, which was an advantage when looking at this. And in this case, the Frontera at West Point area and the new apartment complex is projected to have approximately 286 students next year and about 244 in the out years. And some of that is, you'll see that's a newer area, and then it will begin to return to a normal yield and age slightly as we see turnover into the future.
You know, while you're on that,
Yes, sir.
if you don't mind, just on that specific one on the GOM, does GOM now have all of West Creek? And the reason why I was asking that question is that may be a consideration for that neighborhood, going up to Petrenko, just because of the way that community works. I don't know if anybody's ever talked about that. I know that may be closer to odd, but.
If you could go back, Monica, to the map on 15, slide 15. Actually, go back one more, please. There you go. So this is the GOM attendance area as it exists currently. So this area right here, that's Caracol Creek. That's not part of West Creek.
Oh, we're on that side of Petrenko. Okay, I'm with you.
Sure.
I mean, going out, I'm sorry. No, you're absolutely, I'm sorry, I understand.
Yeah,
I mean,
good question.
going out to Tally. So we do go all the way out to Tally, so we do include all of West Creek then?
When you're talking about GOM Elementary?
Yeah.
GOM Elementary is the green area right
Oh, yeah.
here. So you're coming, it's 1604. This is a little area just north of Wiseman, this area. wraps around. Here's military. This is the area that divides West Creek from Kirkle Creek.
Mm-hmm.
And there's military where it hooks into Grossenbacher. So this area is all West Creek. There's basically GOM is West Creek subdivision,
Right.
and there is a multifamily project right here in the
Okay.
front.
No, that's fine. No, you answered it.
That's the existing GOM.
It is all
GOM
part of what,
Elementary.
okay, good.
And
good.
so the area that we're recommending in this proposal literally is this area, the new multifamily project, and then
Right.
Frontera subdivision coming in.
Okay, good, good, good. No, and I'm sorry. So the board knows, because I think, that's where mine went to school. So it's just interesting that, remember the numbers at GOM were over 1,000 or something. It's just interesting to see that drop that's happened.
Mr. Muir can remember
Oh, yeah.
having
Oh, yeah, you know all too well.
about
Anyway.
1,500 students at GOM Elementary. Yeah, at one point in time.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
They were serving, that was before we had some of the other areas along Petrenko that had opened. Okay. If you could go back, Monica, to the numbers, I think it's slide. There you go. So initially, we brought you the very large numbers at Cole, talked about why we needed relief. We showed you the numbers after the boundary change in this proposal to the new village at West Point West area school, and showed you we're still sitting around 1,000 students. With including the associated boundary change to GOM, that puts Cole projected just over 700 and grows to about 795 students. So 5 years out, we're right back at that 800 target. Cole's opened small, as those of you who have been in that area and on the board for a while will remember, opened fairly small and grew very, very rapidly. It's good to provide them relief and get Cole to the boundary that we would like it to see for the future. Village at West Point West, again, we showed you those numbers. And then GOM, we had available capacity, and this puts GOM's projection right around 700 students next year and a slight decline over the 5 years. So we've done a better job utilizing that available capacity at GOM. As always, we try to bring you some alternatives that we've considered, and the reason we did not bring that forward in this proposal. And one thing we did look at, is there another way to give Cole some relief, not going south into GOM? Are there other options we should consider? So again, here's Cole, the proposed area, and we looked at, should we consider this blue area out of GOM and into Hoffman? A large percentage of this blue area is actually the Del Webb community, the over 55 community, so we don't have students. But we do have other Alamo Ranch neighborhoods down in this area. If we were to move that area out of out of Cole and into Hoffman, you can see Cole remains just around 900 or slightly over. So we haven't gotten it as close to the 800 target enrollment as we would have liked. But we've created, in essence, another challenge at Hoffman. Hoffman is an 800 school, and they're sitting 822, projected 814 next year. They're right in that range, and we would actually put them back over 900. And if you remember a few years ago, Hoffman was larger, and it's beginning to return to a more normal yield and closer to its target. And we left stranded capacity that we're not utilizing at GOM. And because of those reasons, we did not include this. We would not recommend this in the proposal. If you go to the next slide, please. So as per your board policy, other considerations that we bring to you each time and that the School Boundary Advisory Committee is tasked with looking at during their process, neighborhood integrity. So we have not split any north side neighborhoods in this proposal. Development plans, we continue to work as we always do with developers and landowners, take into account all of the development information and make our best assumptions about future growth and our projections. And frequency of change, as is your board's policy. This does not create a second move for any students at elementary. The students in this area that attend Cole were last moved when Cole Elementary opened in 2016-17, so none of the students that will be moved next year would experience a second move in their elementary career if they're living at the same address due to the north side boundary change. We look at feeder percentages. Again, these are in red. We'll update these after base day numbers on Friday. Cole is currently split between Bernal and Briscoe. It would continue to remain split between Bernal and Briscoe. It's a little bit of a challenge with those percent numbers. However, as vacant areas continue to develop in Bernal, that number percentage would come up over time. Village at West Point West would be 100% clean feeder to Bernal, the way the boundary exists today. And GOM is currently a clean feeder to Luna Middle School, and this would create a split between Bernal and Luna, as you can see here. Travel distances, You frequently hear the patrons talk about travel time. We talk about travel distance. Time is hard to measure, depends on who's driving and the time of the day and the weather, etc. But we can measure distances, and you'll be happy to see in almost all of these samples that we took with transportation routing, families would experience a slight improvement in their travel distance. Tamaron, which is on the far west side of that gold zone, travels a little over 3 miles to Cole, and it would be about 2 miles to the new elementary school. Saddle Creek Estates, which is also kind of in that far west area, currently travels a little over 3 miles, and they would travel just under 2 miles to the new school. J-Bar Ranch, which is just to the right of the school on the map, currently travels 1.27 miles. We, again, select one address from that area. They would travel 2 miles to the new school. That is the only increased travel distance. And part of that has to do with they've got one way out, right? It's a long north-south subdivision. Frontera at West Point, we took 3 different addresses because, as you saw, the neighborhood is kind of spread out a little bit. So 3 different samplings of addresses. If you're on Bailey Hills, they're traveling just under 2 miles to Cole, and they would travel 1.45 miles to Galm Elementary. Frontera at West Point at the address on Upton Park would go from 2.3 miles to Cole down to 1.43 miles to Galm. And if you're on Pritchard Bend, which we showed you on the map, they're currently traveling 2.78 miles to Cole, and they would travel just over a half a mile to Galm. As far as transportation, students in this boundary change are all eligible for transportation to Cole, regardless of which, if you're in the gold area or the green area on this map, they're all getting a bus ride currently. The students would be eligible for transportation in this proposal to Village at West Point West area, except for Riverstone at West Point. The students in Riverstone at West Point, that's where the school is located. They may be able to walk to the school, and transportation will monitor that and make those adjustments and evaluations closer to the school opening as there is construction going on. But sidewalks are in that neighborhood, even in the undeveloped streets, so the majority of that area will be walkers. And transportation will continue to review the eligibility of future subdivisions as they develop. As far as the area in the proposed area moving to Galm, those are currently students who are eligible for a bus ride to Cole. And there is some area of Frontera that would be walkers. The remaining area would be eligible for a bus ride, depending upon the hazardous crossing and their travel distance, distance for transportation. And as is in your policy, all of the rising 5th graders in these areas, in whatever boundary is approved, will have the grandfather option to remain at their current school at Cole. Transportation would be the responsibility of the family, and that is just rising 5th graders, not their younger siblings. At this point in time, we will currently have scheduled a public hearing on October the 25th at Bernal Middle School at 6:30. We will bring this information forward and have it posted on the web as the proposal under these schools that are affected. And then we will be sending an email to parent guardian email addresses with the invitation to the public hearing and asking for their feedback and responses. That'll go out later this week, inviting them to that public hearing at the end of October. And then we're scheduled to bring this back to the full board at the November board meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Hall?
Yeah, Debbie, when we were talking about this in policy, one of the things I was concerned about is, the Cole Elementary School families love Cole. And not that they don't love any other school that we are, but they're going to have a real challenge with going to Galm. Cole is a newer school, Galm's an older school, but you had shared, and I think it would be also, I guess, a board recommendation that when there is that meeting, the public hearing on this, that all those wonderful things that Galm is going to do and be, and all of that is shared at that time, versus waiting for feedback.
That is correct. So we do present the proposal in the invitation to the hearing, and we ask for feedback. Where do you live? I like it because, I don't like it, or I have questions. And we ask for that prior to the hearing. We'll share all of that during the public hearing, the counts by neighborhood, et cetera. during the presentation, you're just seeing tonight the presentation for the boundary. This is a
Right.
much larger presentation. So at the public hearing, Mr. Galindo speaks initially and describes the process, the timeline, and how we got to where we are. The facilities department does a detailed overview of the new school. We'll talk about the boundary, and then Jessica Palomares will get to speak, and I think she here, yes?
Yes.
She'll get to speak about the heart and soul of the schools, and so they'll talk about to the parents how the new school is formed, as you've heard in the past, PTA and all those kinds of things. And then they're going to showcase GOM. So Monica Falconberry's been working with the principal at GOM. What are the unique things that they have at GOM, the events, the special things that families are involved in? We've got pictures of those. They'll talk about those and really highlight GOM Elementary. And then we'll also describe, just like there's a transition to a new school, when we're opening a brand new school, there's also transition to the existing school. Families, if this proposal is approved, families from the Cole area going to GOM would be invited to activities at GOM as the year goes on to get to begin to know their community. They usually have a special open house for just those families to meet the staff, see the school, and do all those kinds of things to help with that transition. So that during that public hearing, that is all showcased. And Jessica gets to end on the positive note with the community. They don't want to hear about what I have to say, right? They're happy to hear about the heart and soul of the schools. And then obviously the community will have an opportunity to ask questions, written questions for us to answer if those weren't answered during the hearing. The presentation of the hearing, and then they can share their comments.
Thanks. And I just wanted the rest of the board to hear that too, as well as if there is a special program in the conversations Monica has with the principal that could make GOM, similarly to when our students pick schools that are certain magnets or have certain dual language or STEM programs, that there's something really just wonderful at GOM that possibly Cole doesn't have to make it more attractive. 'Cause the other thing that I think the rest of the board would be interested in is the map that you shared with us with all the charter schools in the areas. We want to make sure our parents, I mean, we know the great education that goes on at our schools, but we don't want to lose them because they're going to go to another school. We want that school to be so attractive that you're not that you're getting a better deal, you're just getting a different, wonderful deal, whatever that looks like. And if we need to look at it as a board, we certainly can. So that'll be a great meeting.
I think we've learned over the years and do a pretty good job of showcasing that the existing school as well, and try to make that equally as important in the presentation.
Sure.
Because we're talking to both groups, but it is important to hear the whole picture of the why that we're proposing that boundary. And I know Jessica can highlight that well, and we've already met with both the Cole principal and the GOM principal to give them just a 30,000-foot overview of what might be coming. We'll follow up with them after this meeting so that they're thinking ahead and sharing their best thinking about their schools. And just as when we do any boundary, I think too we've had several opportunities to share too that parents can bring the best of the school they came from and share that with the new school they're going to, right? There's always room for opportunity and improvement, and that's a great opportunity to come embrace things at whatever your new school is, but bring the things you loved about your old school and try to figure out ways to incorporate that
great.
as well.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Freeman?
Yes, Mr. Blunt. My comments were along the same lines as Dr. Harrell as we spoke about this in policy committee. Just as a story, my neighborhood had been at Beard Elementary School, and when we opened Los Reyes, we had an accompanied boundary change that was suggested from Beard to Helotes Elementary School. And so you can imagine the people that came to my door and rang doorbells and phone calls that I got. But in all honesty, Rhonda Smith, who was principal there at the time, was the perfect person who just talked about her school, and she was just, it's the principal, it's the programs that are there, the hominess of the school, and it won the hearts of the people in my neighborhood, and I'm still alive to talk about it. So it does work, but the challenges that we do have with boundary changes are sometimes these accompanied boundary changes that, but there's what, 280, did we say?
It's a fairly large number.
So
we're not moving 50 kids. They're coming with a pretty large group. And when we spoke with the principals, Todd, the principal at Cole, said, my families know we're overcrowded. They know. It doesn't mean everybody's going to be happy about it, but they understand that there has to be change.
So, guess we'll find out October 23rd as to how
Yes,
many people
ma'am.
are happy about it.
Okay, any other trustee comments, questions? Trustee Duran?
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
a question. So if the grandfather to fifth grader stays, they have siblings, what would it cost? But they would have to have transferred. And they have to go to the new school. If they wanted to stay, what does that cost?
So the board's policy currently states that in a boundary change at elementary to a new school or an existing school, it's a mandatory change for all students. You go to the new school, whatever that, a brand new facility or another school. With the exception of rising fifth graders, it's the same at middle school with rising eighth graders, and that they have an option. And following the approval of a boundary, we send a letter home to every student that's eligible, rising fifth graders that are enrolled at Cole and involved in the boundary change, explaining those options and asking parents to select their option. So if I had a rising fifth grader and a rising second grader, my rising fifth grader, I can make the choice where I want them to attend. My rising second grader would go to either to GOM or to the New Village at West Point West School, whichever my boundary said to go to. So families make a decision if they want their children together and to be eligible for transportation. Perhaps if they live in an area that's eligible, they would choose to all go to the new school. And many families do that. Some families choose to keep their rising fifth grader at their existing school and let them kind of graduate from their elementary school, and their younger siblings start at the new school. And it's just a family choice. We talk with families that have unique situations. You hear all kinds of stories on why people choose those things. It's a family's choice, but that's the policy, and that's how we communicate that option to them.
Yeah, I understand that policy, but my question is, you know how you can transfer and there's a cost to transfer? Is that an option for them to
There is
stay?
not a cost to make a transfer in Northside. If you're a Northside
Okay.
student and you request a transfer, so in the same policy that around schools, we have school choice transfers. When we open a brand new school or there's a boundary change, the school that's being relieved, so in this case, in this case, Cole is being relieved. Cole is not eligible to take any school choice transfers the year the relief is given. For the main purpose, we need to relieve the school. The schools that are receiving those students, so in this case, Village at West Point West or GOM, those are open to school choice transfers, just the sending school, not the first year.
So that's not an option. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Hall?
No, I think I had a different answer to her question, but we have, the board has acted based on the public hearing, a one-time kind of deal with fifth graders and their siblings. I think we did it at least one time while I was on the board, maybe more than one time. But, I mean, it's always based on what we get in the public hearing. Hi, Mr. Galindo.
Yes.
That would be
Yeah.
the special option here.
Special option, yes, there you go.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
And
And we've had some that, it's a delicate balance, to be honest. And we do want to get the feedback, but it really varies, and it's sort of, you got to weigh a lot when you make that decision. Okay? All right, well, good. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McNerney.
Once again, I always like seeing that packed notebook when you're there, but that's good. All right, next is a discussion of the good cause exception resolution.
Yes, sir. Mr. Blunt, Dr. Kraft, trustees. So tonight we bring to you for consideration a resolution, as you just said, a good cause exception resolution. As of September 1, new legislation now calls for every school in the state of Texas to have an armed guard. And so in a district of this size, obviously, with already 100 line level officers that we have at campuses and patrolling and the events, in order to meet the letter of the law, we'd have to hire somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 officers. And so with 33 vacancies currently, obviously not a reasonable expectation for us to be able to hire anyone, and we didn't by September 1. And so because it is a new initiative, there is some flexibility in the form of a resolution that you as a board can adopt, and that we are because in this case, due to qualified personnel and even to some level revenue, in that you adopted a deficit budget at the beginning of the year, that for both of those reasons, we feel at this time we will not meet the letter of the law and ask for, if you will, an exception. Not to say that our efforts won't continue in the area of us trying to hire, those officers, as well as putting together a plan, which we already have, that we feel will secure our campuses with what we feel is best, and that's fully commissioned officers. And so that, Dr. Kraft, I don't know if you want to add anything more to that?
Yeah, again, this is to be in further compliance with House Bill 3. We recognize the significant shortage of peace officers, law enforcement officers, really across the nation right now. Not to say that we're not going to continue to work very aggressively to fill the allocations that you graciously approved with the 20 additional officers. We do have a pretty decent plan, I feel like, for adequate coverage through rotations and visiting campuses, officers visiting campuses every day. But to have an armed security officer as prescribed through House Bill 3 during the course of the entire instructional day across 132 campuses, we just don't think is feasible at this time. Now, that's the goal. We want to continue to work towards that objective. But like I say, we're going to have to work to really fill some of these vacancies. The other piece I think that is important to highlight, though, is the increase from $9.72 to $10 per student in the school safety allotment, and the $15,000 that were provided through this last legislative session. You can see just by the numbers and the math falls far short of being able to appropriately fund and furthermore staff officers across every campus. And we're not the only district that is wrestling with this significant deficiency in funding. Our legislatures are fully aware of the need, and I'm hoping that with this special session we start to see an increase in funding that would provide the opportunity to fill these positions. But I think that's also important to note that while House Bill 3, well-intentioned, the funding mechanism falls far short of supporting the letter of the law, per se. So for your consideration, again, we feel like that it's important in visiting with legal counsel that we provide this resolution for your consideration this evening and or discussion.
All right, any comments, questions from the board? This is scheduled for potential action. Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, Mr. Blunt, I would move approval.
Okay. Motion second. Any further discussion? All right, if not, it's been moved and second that we approve the good cause exception resolution as presented. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, state nay. Okay, motion carries. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. All right, so we'll go ahead now. We'll move over to our business and finance. And this first is our Medina County appraisal.
I'm going to turn this item directly over to Dr. Braz. Medina County is offering the opportunity for delegation representation on the Medina County Appraisal District. So, Dr. Braz.
We've just been notified that we have 144 votes. In fact, that we have parcels in Medina County. The board has until October 20th to submit any names and addresses of people they'd like to be considered for the Medina County Appraisal District election.
Okay. Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, so you have to help me in the past. Normally this comes at the same time. We have Bandera. I thought don't we get them at the same time? We usually have Bandera and Medina and Bear. Is this early?
Yeah, usually we'll get the actual names and voting stuff, but this one has varied on timing in terms of submitting the names.
Right.
We haven't seen Bandera, I don't believe.
Yeah,
Monica, I don't.
No, we got some notification, but not anything on this.
Right.
And I was going to say, just historically, we've just looked at what have we go. Tell me what we've done.
What we've done. I think only one time that I can remember we actually had a name we submitted. you know, so that's why when I asked, I said, well, we should bring it before the board to decide if they want to. Typically, we have not. But we have cast our votes, but actually submitting a name for it, unless somebody remembers differently, I can only remember once we've actually submitted a name for it.
The only other thing I would suggest is, are we able to actually talk to the other ISDs in that area to see if they're going to get together and submit a name that perhaps we would support? Because if I add up the votes, I see more votes that ISDs have than some of the other entities. And
Yeah, I think we could, long as, be careful, since we record it, long as it's within what we're allowed to do, I'll put it that particular way, we will discuss and negotiate. But for that to come later, but for tonight, it's whether or not we want to submit an actual name. That's it, right? Am I right?
That is correct.
Okay. So it was one of those, I said, let's at least put it on, and if we don't have a name to submit, if nobody has, then, you know, then we'll, you know, we won't have any further action on this one, and we'll just wait till we actually do our voting. Okay. So it looks like we have no further action on this one then, all right? And we'll consider what you just said, Trustee Freeman, in the proper way.
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. All right, so that goes ahead. That takes us over to our next item.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, members of the board, really in conjunction with the resolution that you, good cause exception that was just approved, we are working to, in essence, shore up the vacancies, the 33 that we currently have. We felt like that compensation is obviously a really important driver in doing so. As we're looking at our neighbors, particularly with the Bexar County Sheriff's Department, but also San Antonio Police Department, with their significant increases in compensation, we felt it necessary to really take a look at how we're compensating our own Northside ISD Police Department and hardworking officers. And so this evening, really we would like to bring forward a proposal, in essence, a longevity pay stipend plan for your consideration that is really twofold. Hopefully will help our ability to fill those vacancies from a recruitment standpoint, but then also we want to retain our officers, particularly those with experience, and not risk losing them to, like I say, Bexar County, San Antonio Police Department, or other higher paying entities. And so with that being said, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Barajas.
So as you can see for the 4 bullets, it has been recommended that we use the officers' TCOL experience, the number of years that they have had this licensure with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. If the board approves it, it will go into effect as of November 1st to give compensation and payroll enough time to go in and make the hourly wage adjustments to these officers, those that are paid by the hour. You just can't give an hourly person a stipend because it has to be rooted to their hourly rate. So then there's almost 100 officers currently. The majority of them are paid by the hour. So we would, if approved, we would spend the month of the remaining September and October making sure that we make those adjustments. For those officers that are salaried, the stipend will begin on November 1st, prorated, of course. Estimated total cost is $425,000, probably a little bit less than that because it's not a full year, but that amount would increase year after year as more officers move between the tiers. So if you go to the next slide, you see how the tiers have been arranged. Anybody with 0 to 3 would get $1,500, either a stipend or a $1,500 increase in pay, which would be translated into an increase to their hourly rate, and going all the way to 13 plus years of $5,000. So as officers make their way through these different tiers, of course the cost would increase as long as the longevity pay is in place.
Okay. Trustee Lopez?
No, sorry.
Okay. Any comments, questions from the board? Yeah, Trustee Saldana?
Renee, you say that if I'm a new police officer, I would get $1,500 as a retention or stipend, but I would not receive the $1,500 at one time. It would be part of my salary. Is that what I understood?
If you are a salaried employee, of which there are a few in the police department, you would be eligible for a stipend, which would be paid out monthly, 1,500 divided by 12.
Okay.
We
Okay.
a lot of our other stipends. If you are an hourly employee, we would ensure that working 40 hours a week for the number of weeks that are built into your calendar, that increase in your hourly rate would translate to $1,500
Okay, thank you.
over a 12-month period. Your work calendar.
Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, just as we look at this as we go forward, I know that we heard recently that we're losing some of our most experienced police officers to either Bear County or SAPD for many different reasons. I would like us to keep track, if we could, what is the average experience in years and especially after the stipend, and compare it in past years.
That's a great point, Ms. Freeman. And we have that information broken down. So going forward, we'll definitely keep track. I mean,
See if this makes a difference.
we do hope that it does make a difference. I do think that this is truly a recognition of the shortage across the nation. I mean, we are seeing a significant shortage. In fact, I don't know of a single police department that we've had conversations with that is fully staffed. And it's a growing challenge that we're going to definitely need to shore up. And like I say, we want to try to take care of our own, but also be really attractive in trying to fill these positions. So great point. We'll definitely track the data.
And Trustee Lopez?
I don't know if anybody.
I know what you're doing. Trustee Hall, did you have a question or comment? No, you can go ahead. No, you can go ahead. Yeah.
No, and I think, thank you for recommending that, Karen. I'm also wondering if we could also look at the types of compensation packages that are offered in SAPD, Bear County, compared to Northside's, because that's an incredible gift when we look at some of the things that we offer our employees versus other organizations. And then also, remind me, do our police officers also, are they part of the ESSER fund retention stipend, or was that only, is it everybody across the board, right? That includes our police.
Officers are included.
Okay, so that's a good thing too, and I'm hoping that when we look at this plus that and compensation, we can say, look what Northside has to offer. We want to keep you. And then my last recommendation is maybe we need another magnet school. Like we have Cast Teach to grow teachers. Man, can you imagine that? There'd be waiting list only for that school.
So interestingly enough, I've engaged in that conversation, actually, kind of seeing this challenge on the horizon. Part of that conversation entails the ability to be able to apply towards a police academy that would, in essence, expedite the process of becoming TCOL certified. Right now, individuals of 18 years of age or older, obviously, typically have to serve a year as a jailer. And so we've started working that process, actually, as part of the criminal justice strand of study to try to expedite that process, to try to help shore up that very challenge, because the shortage is not going to just miraculously be solved, I'm afraid. So great point.
I can see him lining up now.
Trustee Saldana? No, he's good.
He's good. Dr. Harrell, I think we've seen that list. They've given us that list, and we are very much in line with all the school districts. But you have to look at the number of hours that they work and the number of hours that we work. That's where discrepancies come in, and it makes it appear like our police officers are getting the raw end, but we're pretty much in line. But if this is open for a motion, I wholeheartely move.
No. That's where he comes in.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else? All right. Trustee Lopez, they're waiting on you.
Well, it's good that we're having good discussions, and along those lines, I move that we approve the longevity pay and stipends for eligible NISD police officers as recommended by administration. The board finds a substantial public purpose exists in offering the longevity pay after the adoption of the 2023-2024 fiscal year budget. In that retaining and attracting police officers benefits students and staff by providing safety and security.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other further discussion? All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the motion as stated by Trustee Lopez. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, state nay. Good. Motion carries. I'm sorry. Did you have?
I just wanted to say we have 3 uniformed police officers in our room here. Thank you all for.
Yay.
And then we have the chief right there too. Chief.
All right, good. All right, so now we'll go ahead and we'll move on to our human resources area. This is our medical and pharmacy reinsurance.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, if it's okay, with the permission of the board, we're going to actually ask to bring this item back. Our McGriff representative actually is ill with the flu, and so we went ahead and recommended, please stay home and recover. And so we'd like to bring this item back in October.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go to the next one then.
So we wanted to provide a quick overview of seeing that we're getting ready to open up, preparing to open up open enrollment, our United Healthcare plans, premiums to employees. And again, our objective, as you recall, were to keep premiums flat and to also offer a no-cost plan to our employees, and then also briefly describe a real quick benefit that is going to be provided in the form of gym membership discounts to our employees with this upcoming plan year. So, Letty?
So, good evening, board members and Dr. Kraft. So, we'll, I didn't bring the plans, I just brought the, what the rates are going to be, because I know that's the conversation we had with Ms. Chumley when we had come to the board asking for your approval. So, as promised, like Dr. Kraft just mentioned, so the contribution of the premiums that employees will pay towards their insurance stayed exactly the same. And down at the bottom under the HDHP 4000, the ACO, again, as promised, that one is, it went from $25.80 to a zero cost plan.
You got a question now, Trustee Harrell? Do you want to wait? Or?
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay. Okay, no, you're fine. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Any questions? Okay. We're good?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay.
All right, no other question?
Oh, wait. Okay, so Ben wanted me to remind you that open enrollment starts October the 2nd, so next Monday. So it's going to run from October the 2nd to October 27th. So it's the whole month of October. We are putting it out there that it's not a passive enrollment like it has been in the past, so everybody has to re-enroll. So we've been trying to get out there as much as possible. It was in Dr. Kraft's convocation message. We've been visiting the bus stations, in services as much as possible to get the message out there, because I know some people might miss it, but we are going to try to mitigate that as much as possible. Well, we've been trying to mitigate that as much as possible. But I'm very excited about open enrollment, and I'd like to extend the invitation to everybody to come out.
Okay, and Trustee Saldana?
Does the open enrollment include the retirees?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. So those packages have gone out already. So also that if anybody has any questions, because we did change some vendors, that if anybody has any questions to come out, because all of the vendors will be in attendance at the open enrollment fairs.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. One, for another positive message for all of our employees, so let's make sure to celebrate that part of it. And and thanks for being cautious on the open enrollment to make sure everybody gets into that. So
yes.
Thank you again.
You know what, actually, I do want to point something out, and this is a good story. So we had an employee who, wasn't happy with their salary with Northside, and so they went to another district, a neighboring district, And they called us back and they were upset because they were, yes, they got a raise, but they were paying more in benefits because they were given a flat amount. And so they really didn't get a raise. And so they were trying to come back. So that's a positive for Northside. So since we do pay a big chunk of their health care premiums.
Good, good. All right. Well, thank you again.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, y'all want to talk about the?
Real quickly, if we can.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So this is it's called the One Pass Select. So this is a gym membership program that is going to be provided to all UHC members, and it'll be free to Northside. And these are just some of the options, some of the items that come with it. So there's no long-term contracts, no registration fees with each individual gym. There's the flexibility of going to several gyms. If you add family members, you can get a 10% discount, and there's options to change your tiers, and we'll show you those tiers in just a second. And then it also comes with a grocery delivery subscription. Yes. So here are the different tiers. There's the digital class, which is the lowest, and it goes from classic, standard, premium, and elite. And again, all of the options that come with each of the levels and the fees that employees would have to pay. Yes, there's a lot of very popular gyms on here. So of course, starting with the digital, which is the lowest, these are all of the options that employees will have the option to get into to do the classes. Then it's the classic. Again, just very popular gyms that are around the city of San Antonio. Your standard, your premium, your elite. The wonderful thing is the higher that you go up in your tier, you have access, you'll lock into all of the other tiers that are underneath that particular plan. So we're very excited about bringing this benefit to our employees.
Well, and one of the neat aspects is a little bit different, and Letty, correct me if I'm wrong, by signing up, you're not necessarily locked into one particular gym provider or membership. You can actually visit various gyms if you so choose, which I know sounds strange, but it's kind of nice to break up the monotony and have a variety of choices.
Yes. And some things that I've read that if you go, you try one of these gyms and you find that you love, let's say, Crunch Fitness, then people go straight into just Crunch Fitness. So you have that option.
Go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
So, so let's say I'm with the exercise coach, and I want to try somebody else, and I want to go to the YMCA. That's not on that list? It's not one of those, it has to be one of those?
No, so there's a list of, I think there's
So
like...
these are just a few then?
Yeah, these are just a few. There's a whole list of participating gyms. So I'm sure the Y is probably...
Yeah, I was going to say, because Y is pretty popular.
Yes.
I mean, they've done a great job with their facilities and being open and partnering with the city.
Correct.
Putting libraries in there too as well, so that's a good thing. So I was just curious. So.
Trustee Harrell?
So real quick, and this was still part of United, and last time we had the discussion about the pet care, the pet insurance, and oh my gosh. So just because we were talking about this earlier, this can be shared at Be Well, Stay Well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
That's
so we can go ahead and talk about it and say, look, you're ready to do something. Okay.
Absolutely. And it'll be going out in Rita's newsletter.
Okay.
Our wellness coordinator for the district.
Wow. I'm kind of bummed now. I mean, we don't get...
It doesn't apply.
There wasn't a surprise. Trustees get this too.
And not to derail the conversation, but the pet insurance has been truly so much more popular than I ever imagined. It is a big deal. It really is.
Yeah. It's a person, but I have one of those I just joined 3 months ago through I can't advertise a company. I'll tell you later who it is. Through USAA, for example. And if you have a membership there, you have something similar. It's the same type of program, and it is very nice and advantageous to be able to just, like you said, you're gonna need. You won't believe how many gyms I belong to now in San Antonio. Depending what corner I'm on. This is a really great program, so it's good to see.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes,
This is
thank
just
you.
information, correct?
Just information,
All right. Well, thanks. Good information. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll go ahead and go into our superintendent area, correct?
Yes, sir. I have a few items. So as a result of our board meeting retreat, I'd like to first and foremost bring your attention to the revised proposed Northside ISD team operating procedures. And so if it's okay, Barry, I'm going to just ask you to pull up the tracked version of operating procedures and norms if you have that ability to do so. I think you have them also in your board packet. So I'll just start with page 1 and identify some of the changes. First and foremost, under team operating procedures agreement, I did change the superintendent will coordinate the initial meeting with board members with the superintendent's senior staff. And then, as we discussed, board president will assign mentors within the first 30 days of the new trustee being sworn in. Like I say, those changes are outlined on the first page. Moving on to page 2, rather than trying to continuously keep track of all the TASB board trainings for both new as well as returning trustees, we felt like that it would be appropriate just to place a chart as an appendix, so Appendix A. That way, in the event of a legislative session or updates to trainings, we're simply just changing the appendix. So you'll have the Appendix A will outline the training changes. Under meetings, we did change a little bit of the language in regards to district business. That first, patrons may address the Board of Trustees regarding district business. Pretty well what was outlined this evening. So regular meetings, fourth Tuesday of each month, again.
Except November, December.
Except November, December. Do we need to include that in the, we can.
Maybe.
What do you mean?
Regular meetings, the fourth Tuesday of each month.
Oh, what month?
Except
What- yeah.
November, December.
Yeah.
Okay.
When it is, yeah.
Let us make that change with the exception.
Do we?
It's usually the second one, right? Well, never mind, but
Yeah,
it's
and-
fine.
Yeah, November, December, I think it's the second, but
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we have to.
So do we want to change the language, include that in the language? Because we did not include, with the exception of November, December.
Could you say usually or predominantly or
Typically?
okay. Typically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we can add typically at regular meetings
I mean,
are held typically the fourth Tuesday of each month.
yeah.
Okay. Make that change. Okay, but again, we tried to outline just really clearly citizens to be heard, and then also the ability to speak before agenda items at any other meeting or a regular meeting. As far as communication, I'm moving on to section 4. We added the piece in general media request or information requested from all board members will be addressed by the board president, particularly at the request until a response from the board as a whole governing body. So in other words, the board president, if it's a request submitted to the entire board, will serve as the board's spokesperson. This is not to say that individual trustees can't speak to the media, but to speak for the board as a governing body, the board president will serve as the spokesperson. And of course, we'll help with media requests as needed. I'm going to move on to board travel. We've updated that section to include MASPA as well as the Texas Caucus of Black School Board Members. as discussed, like I say, at the retreat. And then as far as the board activity calendar to be communicated, really in the weekly communication, such as the Friday letter.
And Trustee Lopez?
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. So this is kind of a, and I know this is a question that we didn't bring up last time, but where is it in policy that it states that as we go to these events, that we attend these required events as a board member, do we have a policy that states that we have to pay for it as our out-of-pocket as a trustee, and then, then we get reimbursed? Is that a policy, something? Is that written in policy or something like that, that we must follow that?
No, sir. To my knowledge, it's not a policy as much as it's been a board's practice. Now, that's the same reimbursement guidelines for employees of the district that are traveling. Sure. So that's something that can definitely be revisited.
Yeah, I would like to have us revisit that, for in future, should there be an opportunity or where, a trustee is facing challenges, right? And I would see that we could look at that. Because in my mind, I've always viewed it as it should not cost a trustee anything to serve the community. And that's always been a belief of mine personally.
So the alternative, and like I say, we can definitely discuss it. We can bring it forward in a policy meeting. But the alternative would be like a pay app card, a debit card, a district credit card, in essence, which we've had that discussion. Glad to bring it forward to the board.
Yeah, because whatever other districts are doing, it's almost that it should be the same way too. So, we look at that, and that's fine. I'm okay with that.
I think specifically too, I'm sorry, I didn't push my button, but push a button. The challenge is with our hotel expenses, like with this particular hotel, so the trustee's credit card is charged for 4 nights at, well, I'm staying 4 nights at $600. And so, and then we do get reimbursed, but it's not immediate. It's not an immediate reimbursement.
Yep, exactly.
So I do think we need to look at that and see how that might change. I don't know about a debit card, but there might
That's
be
a debit
some,
card, credit card.
There might be something that we could work out so that a card would not be charged before or at all, and then because quite honestly, sometimes it's not.
Right.
It takes longer than a month to get reimbursed.
Right.
Yeah.
I still have one more question.
Yeah, you go ahead, and then we'll go to Trustee Sedani next.
So in terms of other events that we could attend, and I know I brought this up before, but I believe there should also be an option for those that would like to attend. I think the NALEO, the National Association of Latino Officials, is a worthy conference to serve as elected officials. The ability to be able to work and see and interact with other elected officials around the nation serves us and gives us the ability to see what else is out there, what's going on outside of Texas. So I'd like that to also be considered as one of the organizations or the events that we can go be a part of. And because I think we do select 1 or 2, having that ability to be able to select that as one of the options as well. I'd like for us to consider that and include that.
Yeah, I think one thing to think about, Gerald, with that is the organizations here, we've had experience with, 15, 20 years, et cetera, and before we finally did this, and they weren't on the list before. So the process was on that last paragraph, there's nothing to prevent asking annually, et cetera. And I thought the idea was, let's get a little experience first, and see if everybody approves, and then wait before we, put it in here as a, permanent listing.
So, okay, well, then that's fine. Then that's fine. I'm willing to go with that, but at least having that availability.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
But thank you for considering that in the terms of as far as verbiage. So, thank you.
Okay.
That was it.
Yeah. And Trustee Sedani?
Dr. Barajas, is there a policy, or is there a reason why we pay first and then get reimbursed? No, that,
It's just a practice.
it's just a practice.
I've seen
So,
districts where board members have credit cards if they choose to do so. I wouldn't recommend it, but.
and then I was gonna tell, Trustee Lopez that we do have the opportunity. It's just that those are the 3 memberships that we have. And so if there is another conference, we just come before the board and ask permission.
Yeah, thank you.
What we'll do is we'll assemble pros and cons to issuing district credit cards. I do think that as travel, as everything, is becoming more expensive. It's definitely worth researching and taking a look at. Like I say, there'll be some pros and cons, but it can be done. Very familiar with the process of issuing credit cards and keeping track of credit cards.
Okay. Trustee Harrell?
No, I was just going to suggest to Gerald's question that possibly we discuss it in detail at a committee meeting. I don't know which one though, like policy or I don't
Yeah,
know.
that-
And then maybe even set up like a little mini rubric or something that says, direct alignment to duties and responsibilities of a trustee. Because the 3 there are very clear, but then it would help us in that discussion versus, just any elected official. I know there's probably more details, but it would help with clarity so that we all can wrap ourselves around it in a discussion format.
Okay. And, yeah, it's still policy and intergovernment relations, right? So that would probably be the part. That's a good idea. And I'll go.
Tons of conferences out there, lots and lots that I'm sure we'd all like to go to, but if we had a rubric that said this, and then we could agree upon that as a board, that would make it easier for decision-making.
Okay. Trustee Freeman, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In my haste, there's several people out here and we're videotaping this, this board meeting. I don't know what I said about the cost of a hotel. Our hotel rooms are not $600 a night. I'm sorry, let's just clarify that some of us are 3 nights for $600 or something. So please.
Too late.
I'm sorry. I don't.
It's too late.
I just wanted to be sure that nobody thought we were staying in some place like that.
All right.
Yeah.
Duly noted, but probably too late, but duly noted. All right. Trustee Lopez?
No, I agree with you, Carol, on the rubric, but we didn't do that when we looked at some of these organizations last year. So are you saying for us to review that as a rubric for these current policies, these current events?
Those have been on since.
Right.
Since,
Because
I've been on the board, so I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Certainly we could, whatever the rubric is.
Right. No, and that's fine, because I know we didn't do that last year when we added the most recent one. And the only reason why I'm saying another national one is because since we no longer are a part of the National Association of School Boards, we need something that would be able to kind of counter that and looking at what from a national perspective, and that's why I was looking at the NALEO as one of those options or those availabilities. Thank you.
Yeah, I do like the suggestion. We'll have future agenda items. Maybe that's, like you said, I think it's a proper one for policy and government relations to discuss. So we'll plan that. Okay. And Trustee Freeman?
So regarding the national, so we do not belong to NSBA, but I will tell you that TASB is hosting an advocacy institute like they've done every year in DC. So that is happening, and that might be something that we need to, if somebody's interested in going, we need to consider as well. But that truly is for school board members across we would be meeting in Texas, but also it happens at the same time where there's other trustees from across the nation and that opportunity to interact. So we can talk about that too.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a wonderful
yes,
discussion
it
at the
will.
Policy
And we need
and
to get it on.
Government Relations Committee.
We need to get it on there. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Harrell?
Well, I just think with our new board members, maybe remind, and an older board member, remind us why we're not members of national one more time. It was a political thing, right? Okay, just.
It's a
just so
it's
new
a long
board
story,
members-
but we could talk about
I think,
it.
but
policy
catch-up
sometime.
opportunity for our new board members and a reminder to an old one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, anything else? All right, continuing along with our operating procedures.
Yes, sir. I mean, that pretty well summarizes the changes for your consideration this evening. If you would like for us to bring it back, we can. Like I say, we'll make the change to the typically the fourth Tuesday of each month as far as a regular meeting. But unless there are any other suggested changes.
I don't know about suggestion changes, but when I was looking at it, to clarify one for me, or maybe an additional suggestion to help with one, the one I've always been a little concerned from my vantage point was not only we're doing business school, other schools, but also we're interacting with principals and other administration. And I'll use something I'm doing right now as an example to see if maybe that'll help follow through on to help out. So I've got a new activity or partnership doing with San Antonio Police Department or Northside police officers, nonprofit called San Antonio Rising Stars, and also Brennan High School. And it's a continuation of, for those who remember, the Juvenile Justice Jeopardy program that we did at the Marshall program, that we did at Marshall. It was to use potentially Brennan, have 100 of their students, and then they're going to run that program through them. The question I had is, well, wait a minute, now I'm interacting and talking to the principal as a part of that, because I'm sort of leading it up, et cetera. How do I do that appropriately? So I don't come in as a trustee and then it looks like, okay, sort of forces or anything along those particular regards. So what I had talked about with Dr. Kraft, I said, well, I think the best thing in this one is before I approach or say anything to anybody from a Northside sake, that I would go through Dr. Kraft first. And say, hey, Dr. Kraft.
And the board.
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
This is news to me, so
Yeah.
and the board,
Yeah.
so we all know.
Yep, I'm getting to that one too. Yep, agree with you. And the board, just even ideal itself to make sure that's okay. And then the part two that you're talking about is and the board, and the question would be, what would be a good way to do that to the board? And one idea I had, all right, may not be a good one, but one idea, because we're constantly doing these, and we can't wait for a board meeting necessarily, is potentially we could use a Friday letter to provide that information out to others. I don't know which I hadn't told you that, to think about that too, to say, here's something else I'm engaging with. We're going to let the whole board know. We're used to reading the Friday letter. That may add additional work, I'm not sure, but at least it informs, another way to inform everybody. In writing, you can call in other things, but this way you have it in writing what's going on.
No, I think it's a great point. So we have school visits outlined under Section 5 as far as just with common courtesy notification of school visits. And like I say, I know that the campuses are more than open and welcoming to have you visit, particularly classrooms and special events. In the event that, for an example, to your example, Mr. Blunt, that the trustees want to, in essence, host an event or participate in hosting an event at a campus, we can absolutely notify, just out of common courtesy to the full board in Friday letter, this is an event that's going to be, we're going to have assistance from a trustee hosting at, say, Brennan High School upcoming. I think that would be helpful for the board to know.
Sorry. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Hall.
No, and I also think maybe because we have new board members, what is the role of a trustee in starting a program? Because I and I'll use soccer, that was news to me, and all of a sudden all this stuff had been, done to get soccer, I guess, in middle school. It'd be nice to know what are those programs so that, and how can a trustee, if David wants to start something, how could he possibly do it with the board having knowledge and also input so that it's not up for approval? And I'm using a true story, up for approval at a board meeting, just I don't know that Friday letter is enough. I think get real good discussion And that way the entire board might have a role to share in David's idea of a new police academy or whatever, he's interested in starting, so.
Yeah, so what you're suggesting, making
So
an
it's two
agenda item?
different things. No, but what are the procedures or the processes a trustee would want to make sure to include if there's a new program going, similar to what you're saying at Brennan, and that it's shared in a way that there's discussion versus in Friday letter, oh, by the way, there's this program at Brennan, blah, 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 blah. There might be input and membership or support from the rest of the board. And, more like, and I'm going to use Gerald's example of like the collecting backpacks, more invitational, more knowledge, I guess, too, about it, and definitely more discussion. But we seem to be lacking a process for doing that.
Oh, yeah. No, we are, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, it's a little more than what you just said about just putting in a Friday letter.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that there's, to differentiate though, there's a program and then there's an event. And I'm going to kind of pick on Gerald, the backpack event, if that's okay, but also the.
Yeah, just pick on me, that Gerald wants.
Jeopardy, criminal justice Jeopardy. I mean, to me, those are events. So those are going to be kind of one time, no expenditure really to the district other than turning the lights on, maybe if it's on a Saturday. So a program that would really need to initiate through a committee meeting, but then also full board approval. Okay. To me, that's a much larger initiative that would go through many channels of not only communication but board approval as well.
I think it's an opportunity to put it in here. Now, I hadn't thought of it until the examples just came up, but I know board members have had questions about it in the past.
And Trustee Sadai?
Are we through with that topic?
On that one? Oh, you got another one? Oh, no, well, let's make sure we are through on that one. So
No,
everybody-
it's just that when Dr. Kraft brought up the individual visits, to the schools or the district facility, all of a sudden the second line hit me. The courtesy of advance notice to the principal or other administrator is appreciated. As a campus principal, I would much rather say is required, because if I'm dealing with a situation and I get a trustee come to my office and want to sit and talk,
Oh, no.
I think, and that's why I'm saying, I think it should be required instead of we just show up. If we just show up without notifying that we're coming, we may end up getting there and they're having testing or they're having something else that is more important than a trustee wanting to walk around the campus or go and see. Like when I went to Holmes, I called and I got permission to come and see the building. I did not just show up. So I don't know, that's just for consideration, whether is required is better than is appreciated.
Yeah, I tell you the truth, I always thought it was. I hadn't caught the verbiage till you stated it. I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but I always thought it was. Yeah. Trustee Duran?
One of the things as a new trustee that I struggled with is understanding, like, how do you join TASB? Who does that? Can we have more clarity on, like, what the first 10 steps as a trustee are? Who does it? Because now,
Yeah, we try to outline all of that information in the initial orientation, but Monica Guerrera is your go-to.
I barely have access to this TSB Online Learning Center, and that should have happened a long time ago. So now I'm playing catch up, which is fine. But like, what are like the steps? Like, here's what you need to do, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Not just relying on poor Monica to do everything.
Well, it really depends on what you are lacking as far as access.
So you have to, it has to be requested by the district to have a membership online access to it. So So, like those little baby steps. I guess if we could
Okay.
just clearly define those moving forward for any new, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Maybe the mentors could, could work on that.
We'll try to better outline, especially for new trustees, the initial log on
Yes.
information and steps to join or to be able to access certain modules within TASB.
Yeah, and like who pays for it, do I pay, like all of those little
Okay.
questions, because there's a bundle I wanna do, and it costs money, so what do I do, how do I do that? And
Carla,
I emailed them.
Carla, did you go to the technology department to meet with them?
Yes, I did.
Because they're the ones that taught me how to log on and how to do all of that.
Yeah, that's for like the TASB stuff.
Oh, you're talking TASB.
Yeah, that's a little different. Okay, that just for people.
Yeah,
like,
we'll,
we're gonna put it in the manual.
one, let us assist with whatever access you need immediately, and then we'll work for onboarding purposes going forward. I don't know that that's a operating procedures item, but orientation,
Maybe that should be, right?
it definitely can be added.
Because it's a requirement, so I wanna make sure we have that.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point, yeah. Yeah, but you actually gave, and then, I know trustee Freeman next, and Barry may kill me for this, but it actually gave me a different thought where you were going with it. And one thing we also don't have is on our board of trustees, all the memberships and other things that we do have in one location.
Yeah, that's what I kept asking, like, how do I join? Do I
That may
pay
be,
everything?
yeah, that may be something interesting that we might can work towards. And that would help a little bit, yeah, okay. Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, I think we've already discussed this. Carla, we can talk about the Online Learning Center. I know in the past, some of us have taken courses on the Online Learning Center, and we have paid for, there's another again, we've paid for it and then sought reimbursement. And those were for some of our required classes. So we just need to
Yeah, clarify. Yeah.
discuss that.
That's a good point, okay. Trustees, you good? No, I was looking at you. So Diane, you good? Okay, no, okay, all right. Anything else then on our team operating procedures? You good?
Do we want to bring these back one more time with some proposed revisions?
Yeah, it sounds fine. Yeah, everybody wants to see it fresh, yeah.
Okay,
Right,
all right, so let us work on some edits, clean up, clarify, and then we'll bring it back.
Got it.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to our next item. I think we have the citizens to be heard on this one. It's on our code of ethics. And the board members, okay, we'll hear from the citizen first. And then go from, okay.
Ms. Terry
So-
Zablocki.
Yeah, just a reminder again, remarks to 3 minutes, all remarks to the podium. We'll have the red, yellow, and red card working and on the side. Yeah?
Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Just say a word or something?
The mic on?
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. When it, is it on? It's not on. Is it on? That's all right. I was a debater in college. Are you ready? Number one, ethics in terms of the board and board operating procedures and the training and the checking. I believe very firmly that the communication as to the requirements and the inability of a board of trustees to be able to enforce anyone's compliance with the code of ethics or their training is an issue. And so I don't know where you put this, but I do believe that when someone signs the code of ethics, there should be two components. Number one, and who knows what the circumstances are, if someone brings disrespect, if you will, to the district, the board, separate in Northside, should be able to have some mechanism to enact either a censure or something. And that's separate from any other state thing. This would be a Northside idea. One of the concepts I'd like to consider seriously is there needs to be support, definitely, for the public school system. Both the code of ethics and the initial, when the board operating procedures came on, it happened because there were 4 of us who were brand new. There was a board majority, a brand new. There were result, myself included, I apologize publicly to Johnny Bordano, who was principal at Marshall High School. I got into it with him about paper and why there wasn't enough paper for teachers to run copies. That was entirely out of my lane. The training that you get, the board training, the picket fence, for people who've been elected, suddenly you feel you are it. And I love the fact that a principal, a former principal, is sitting there and was able to catch that, okay? Please keep the lessons and the communication and the hard copy. I don't know what the percentage is of people who do not have children in the Northside School, but I know it's large. And if you do not keep those of us who are over the age of 65 in the loop, the most consistent voters, I think we are going in a different direction, and I think we need to know. We've gone from the Fast Growth Coalition to we are looking at a different set of challenges as we go down the next 30 years. And so you are all at a pivotal point, and I am so grateful for those of you who are there. I will now leave and go see who won Dancing with the Stars.
Thank you. All right. Okay.
So again, Mr. President, members of the board, in your board packet, you have the Code of Ethics for your consideration this evening.
Okay. And again, this was, give everybody an opportunity to take a review to see if there are any comments, et cetera, but it is one that, if we can, we would like to approve, hopefully tonight, but we definitely want to get this approved at some point, okay? And, Michael, we're not, if the signing would, are we going to do a signing if we do it, or that'd be like, okay, no, that's fine. We have, this is just for the discussion and approval part of it. So any comments or questions on the Code of Ethics? All right, is there, I'm sorry, Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, on number 4, I think I remember when it was added, but I'm not sure that this, the last piece in there, the last few words actually belong in an ethics code where insist on regular evaluation of all programs. I think that's more of a maybe goals or something like that, but my suggestion would be after evaluation to just delete the rest of that.
Okay, does everybody see that? Yeah. Yes, okay.
And then I just had one other one, if you will. Under number 9, and I actually took this from, I don't know, it was somebody else's Code of Ethics, but I thought it was, thought it fit in, where it says delegate authority for the administration of the school district to the superintendent. And then another phrase, and maybe this is redundant, so I need somebody's help. Avoid personal involvement in activities the board has delegated to the superintendent. Is that two different things, or, I mean, I think it is two different things, but, so avoid personal involvement in activities the board has delegated to the superintendent. Or maybe you don't think that that even needs to be in there. Number 9. Or maybe that belongs in board operating procedures, but.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I take it. Was
Modify both.
Just on that one, and we'll, I know Trustee Hart, you got a comment, but is everybody okay with deleting number 9? To me, that's.
No, I didn't say delete it.
No, not
Oh, you
delete,
didn't?
modify it, she said.
I don't, okay.
I just said
That was me
add
that
it.
said delete.
My suggestion was to, I'm sorry, my suggestion was to add another sentence.
Oh, well, let me ask a question on it then, I'm sorry.
Sure.
It's, I mean, that's probably stated in our, something that's in legal and local policy. I have a hard time with it as an ethic thing. To me, that's a requirement, but anyway. That's where I was struggling. That's why I misheard you. But that's fine.
Well, avoiding personal involvement in action.
Oh, not that. No, not that.
That's,
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I just said the delegate authority. I mean, we don't have a.
Yeah.
Okay. But everybody okay then with that addition?
Well, what's the addition again?
Say it one more time.
avoid personal involvement in activities the board has delegated to the superintendent. So, in other words, management versus oversight.
Go ahead,
Karen, can
Trustee
you,
Hall.
yeah, maybe an example might help. Would that be like, I tell a principal they need to clean up the gym because blah, 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 versus work with, mention it to the, is that what you're talking about? Something along those
Like the
lines?
example she used, where
Yeah,
she went and
perhaps there's-
told poor Donald. I mean,
Yeah, that would be an example. I think there's some others that I can't, I'm sorry, it's late, I'm not thinking right now, but, you know, we talk about sometimes we just say getting in the weeds, we kind of all, it's a gray area. But the superintendent does, like, management of personnel or management of, I don't know.
I like the way it's stated now, because the authority lies on them, it's not our authority to administrate.
That was just a suggestion.
Okay. Trustee Hall, do you have anything further? Because you're next.
I did, and I know these are all weighted equally, so to speak, but I've always wanted number 16 to start out the list, that remember always that our first greatest concern must be the educational welfare of all students attending Northside, and it's last. So it's always left me like, oh, and by the way, versus leading everything else. That's the umbrella, that's the heart of what we do. So that was my recommendation.
I agree. I think that should be number one.
I second.
All right. All right. Any other comments or questions then to our code of ethics? Okay, so let me see if I can summarize. So Karen had the first change, right? And I think everybody was okay to make that addition.
Just number 4.
Let me do the easiest one first. 16 becomes 1. Did we get a final agreement on modifying number 9?
Is there general consensus?
No, I don't. No, no. Okay, all right, no, I see. Yeah, okay. All right.
Motion for it.
So we have, no, we can look around and tell you, you're right. So we have to change the 4 and then make it 16-1. So if we
Make
do.
those changes, we'll bring them back.
Oh, no, hold on. We can wrap this up. So if everybody's okay, I mean, that's nothing major per se. We could prove this tonight and make it subject to those changes if somebody wants to make that motion. Trustee Harrell?
I move that we accept with the code of ethics for 23-24 as you just stated, Bobby.
Okay, that's amended. All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, so it's moved and second that we adopt the code of ethics as amended during the discussion. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, state nay. Okay, good, motion carries. All right, so now we go to item C.
So we had the opportunity to briefly discuss this item at the retreat, but we're looking at a January timeframe for a kickoff. And what we'd like to try to propose in launching is, like say, a leadership Northside program that we would, in essence, solicit individuals that are interested in learning more about the Northside way, if you will, across all departments, probably a tour, abbreviated tour of the district. But those that are community members that might be interested in, like say, becoming more involved, becoming advocates if they're not already, arming them with information, not only maybe specific to Northside, but also from a legislative standpoint. And like I say, I guess in essence nurturing in providing information, education resources, so they can become more involved, more active, and advocates for the district. And again, I know that this was a program, I believe, that was in place probably over a decade ago. We're still researching historical documents. But we think that, like I say, with the board's thumbs up, we'd like to try to go ahead and go forward with a small cohort, launching a small cohort in and around January, which we think would actually be a pretty timely launch for each cohort on an annual basis, seeing that it doesn't really conflict with the beginning of the year, and we have the opportunity, the time to, like I say, really kick it off. So as far as the representation, we would like to have really a cross-section of the entire school district, and so we will work towards a nomination process and bring it back for the board to consider. But we think it'd be a really good program for the district to consider launching this year. So, like I say, without laboring the matter, if there's no concerns or issues, we're going to go ahead and move forward with putting together this program. And like I say, we'll bring more information back in regards to the nomination and solicitation of information at a future date. And like I say, we just didn't really have the opportunity to delve deep into it as a result of time at the retreat.
Okay. Y'all, any comments, questions, or everybody's
Great.
favorable right now? Good. All right. I think we got it.
Okay.
That's good.
idea.
More information forthcoming.
All right. So that takes us on item D, our consideration of naming Village at West Point.
And Terry Zablocki had signed up, but I believe she has left. So we'll go ahead and jump into this. Again, just as a reminder from a historical context, on August 8th, we had discussed the naming procedure, in particular the policy associated with the naming of the elementary school that you actually just reviewed the boundary proposal at Village at West Point West location. So CW local policy, again, is your governing local policy. We then, on the 12th of September, as you recall, brought the item back with an exercise that allowed you to, in essence, really start to work the process of narrowing down very worthy individuals and names of the campus. And so I believe you have in your folders the list of six names for consideration this evening. And so that really brings us to this evening on the 26th, which was our target date. And thank you very much, because we are, like I say, quickly approaching the opening. It's hard to believe. To narrow down, like I say, the very significant responsibility of the board to name this elementary school, which is, like I say, located at the Village of West Point West. So with that being said, I just, again, felt like it was important to provide a quick reminder of the journey that we commenced back in August. And like I say, you have the six names for consideration, and I will be glad to turn this item over to our illustrious board president.
All right, well, thank you. So I have a suggestion. It may take a little bit of a time, but let me walk it through. And if we need to take a quick break first, that's fine, because I know we've been here for a while. But I would like to spend some time on it because this is very, very important. But let me tell you my suggestion first. My suggestion would be first that each one of us talk first and just explain, where your support is or what your thoughts are on the six extremely valuable and great candidates that we have. Everybody listens first, all the way through, and then maybe the second time we just sort of, at that time, after you've heard everybody and everything else, sort of let us know where you sort of feel, which ones you feel are strongest, and we will use the alpha numbers. There's nothing prohibit us, to be honest, is saying names, but there's a lot of reasons why we just think it's safer to say names. I just want everybody to know it's not illegal to say names, but we definitely try to avoid that. And then we can sort of see where we are, so it would be 2 rounds per se. And it's more of a consensus one. We may or may not reach that path, but it leads us there, and then from there we can figure out where we are the next route. But I was going to suggest we first take a break. That way nobody has to leave, because it may take us about 30 minutes, I think. Okay, so let's take a break about 5 minutes then, and then we'll start one by one. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Okay. So again, let's just give every trustee an opportunity to talk about their vantage point and what they see. And we'll start with Trustee Harrell. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, in the packet that Monica had run off for us, there's a mini dissertation on this family. I think I didn't realize it was that long, but it was about 7 pages. And so it's, I'm sure everyone, hopefully you got to read it, but it really had so much about not just the head of this family and his wife, but his children. And I know that Dr. Kraft was kind enough to go back over policy. I think through the years, we've also looked at things like legacy and leadership and service. And so we've also shared at times that we wanted our school namesakes to represent the faces and the cultures of our kiddos and families. And Barry was kind enough to get a report that showed the nationalities of all our children in Northside, and we actually have 77 nationalities of students and families. And our largest newcomer groups come from the countries of Afghanistan, Mexico, Venezuela, Honduras, and India. And India is the country that number 5 hails from. And it was with this thinking primarily that I nominated this person and family a couple times ago, and they were immigrants from a nation that we're now seeing in our schools, but yet we don't have namesake yet that represents their culture, their family, their faces, and those of our children. They came with little money, but immense hopes and dreams for a better life, like so many newcomers to the United States and to Texas and Northside. There was a quote I found that was really nice. It was in 1979, I became the first urban Sikh to reside in this beautiful city. 26 years old, San Antonio felt like a great place to settle down. I loved its diverse culture, the missions, and the spirituality represented, the weather, and of course the food. And so I'm not going to go back over all the accomplishments if you want to breeze over them. I did want this nominee to be reflected in also the legacy of his 4 children, who one is an author that we actually got to hear at the Communities and Schools keynote, The Light We Give, and was on Good Morning America last Friday. Another who has had his jersey in the Smithsonian, played again, all 4 of the sons played sports in Northside, but to have the jersey of the college he went to at Trinity in the Smithsonian, because he was the first Sikh that was allowed to not play in UIL, actually when the son was at O'Connor, where the turban or the netted version of that in play. And so now it set the precedence for athletes, and that was back in the 80s. There was a real interesting quote that that he had shared, that his family dealt and actually continues to deal with demeaning and threatening bouts of racism and bullying. And bullying at that time and continues even today is all too common. We have district goals, and of course we signed, and I'm already going blank on what we signed tonight about bullying and thank you, the respect, right. I thought it fits so well with this family's continued perseverance with service in our community and the communities where they live, with this attitude of not so much anti-bullying, but of gratitude and graciousness. So anyway, that's why I continue to nominate this person and the 4 sons who continue to have a legacy. They have children of their own and continue with that attitude of gratitude, service, legacy, and leadership. So there you have it. That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, can I add one more thing, Carla? Do you mind? I meant to start out, and Carla just kind of reminded me. I love and know these nominees on this list, except for number 4. But I thoroughly enjoyed the nomination. But I have worked with 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's been such a privilege, and this was such an incredible list that I did love. There was a citizens to be heard that did suggest that perhaps one of these nominees might be considered for renaming of the school, and I just want to kind of keep that on the table, that if we get to a point where we might want to make another decision, that possibly a renaming of the school could help honor. I mean, this is an incredible list. This is the first time in 10 years that I've really personally felt, man, I could be happy with everybody. So anyway, sorry about that, Carla, but thanks.
So for me, the gentleman, number 1, when I worked at that campus that he retired from after 44 years of service, which is a lot, he was still volunteering and donating money and being present. But then I asked, who is that man that's always here? And they told me the story of his legacy, of how long he sponsored students, and some of the nominations that came in were from former students that said he was a mentor to them, and there was quite a bit of them. So for me, I personally was able to experience his leadership on our campus, and so I support strongly number 1. Number 3, when I moved to San Antonio, for me, he was the first Hispanic man that I saw that was very professional. He was, when we found out if schools were open or closed, he was the first man I would go and look for on the television to see, is the school going to be open or closed? And so for me, representation matters. And for me, I would also like to honor someone that it seemed like he was here forever until he retired. So I really think service to community for him, and as a staff member and former staff member, he literally woke up, and then if an emergency or crisis occurred, that was the last thing he did. So those are long days for folks like him, and so I'm very grateful to his service. So 1 and 3 for me have my heart. So.
Trustee Lopez?
I'm just going to go off of what I have known and what I've always believed to be, and it's kind of along with what Carol says. It's about legacy, leadership, and service. When we look at all these individuals, they're all great candidates. But in my mind, I think the only one that fits what we want to do for this, for the naming of this next campus, is it fits solely specifically with the person that I'm looking at is number 2, and solely number 2. She has been, this individual has exemplified what it is to be community service. When we talk about service to our community, when we talk about the oath that we take to service our community and to be a provider and a leader, this individual stood up every time, every year for 28 years. You look at it from a 28-year perspective, you're looking at 7 4-year terms, constantly, fighting the good fight, and supporting what she believed in and passionately believed in, was in public education. Not only to mention, this individual was a graduate of Northside, was part of the history, was part of the legacy to how this district grew. And in my mind is that example that we see every year when our new teachers come to our district, and they proudly say, I graduated from this campus, or I graduated from this campus. But to see an alumni, and we have 2 of them, 2 distinguished alumni as well. I'm not discrediting you, but I'm older than well, I didn't want to say that, but my point is that means a lot, and to have that passion, and then to raise her kids, raise the kids in the district that she believes in, that she graduated from, and have an impactful decision on the future of this district when it was uncertain at times, and then when it was growing, and made impactful decisions to make sure and I'm saying hundreds of millions of dollars in future growth, that's a lot. That's a lot of pressure. And I think this individual, in my mind, represents, embodies everything that we as trustees believe in and we try to do every day for our community. And, you know, I've seen it from the arts perspective. I've seen her support from Los Leones individually, her own money to give scholarships, or not to give scholarships, but to award, award students with money, financial money for their artwork. See it every year in the Walter Gerlach events. Millions of dollars going to kids to go to school, at their choice. All of that for the benefit for those kids to have a future, and that's done unselfishly. And that's not to say that there's other things that she hasn't done that she hasn't told us. And so, in my mind, for what we want to do with the campus, especially an elementary campus, in my mind, this is the only candidate. This is the only candidate. So I would like to put in number 2.
Trustee Sadala?
To me, this was a difficult list because I know 5 of the 6 people really well. And 3 of them were really inspirational or just by their dedication and their service. But I went back, as I read everything and went back and made my notes, there was one candidate who did it for no pay. Most of the candidates earned a salary in our district. This candidate did not. It was done out of love for her community, her school, the Northside district, and so I have to go with candidate 2.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. I too know 5 of the 6 people on this list very well. Certainly looked at the nomination and read on the other one. This is extremely difficult. I looked at 2 that were certainly at the top of my list. One of them was number 6, and we all know who this person is and the contributions that this person has made to Northside, to public education, to so much in the way of for kids, passion, love, all of that. However, I also look at number 2. It is, this person gave of their time to serve this district, and it's truly a volunteer. It was served in a volunteer position. Longevity as a volunteer, no better advocate for kids as a mom, as a parent. Such a positive impact across the district. Selfless gift of time, servant leadership, mentor to kids. Again, I had 2 at the very, very top, and it was a struggle for me, but top of my list is number 2.
Trustee Salcido?
Yes, excuse me. My nominee is the number 4. She's the underdog of all these candidates. I think she had only 1 submission through the process. This lady graduated from George Washington University in 1968, moved to San Antonio in 1980, returned to teaching after raising her 3 children in 1986 at Tom C. Clark High School. She attended UTSA one night class at a time and received her Master's of Science in Mathematics in 1991. In 1992, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She taught through all her treatments and was in remission for 19 years. In 2000, she moved to a health careers high school where she was the mathematics department chair. About the same time, she began her affiliation with the College Board, where she became AP Calculus reader, leading summer institutes, and finally becoming a table leader at the AP reading. This individual was brought up by a person that went to health careers, and to this day, they brought to my attention that there's still a scholarship that's given out every year in her name. She was instrumental in bringing the advanced placement courses to health careers. I mean, she was all about her kids, and to this day, those people still talk about her on Facebook. So that's how I found out about this person here. That's my nomination. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll just state, again, I'm similar, somewhat what you all said too. I know five of the six, with the exception of number 4. And I will just comment on number 1. Just continues to have a very big impact across the board, not only at the campus, but even much further beyond that. I think everybody sort of knows that part of it, et cetera. And engaged in a lot of different ways, even some other activities on Science Bowl and some other things, always willing to help out, even beyond things that folks may not know. So beyond the duty, in a sense of the accomplishments, as well as a great reputation also. You know, 2 y'all have made a lot of comments about. I've had the honor to serve for a number of years, no doubt on the impact of number 2 that continues to be there and will continue to be there also. Number 3, I think is another great asset without a doubt, in terms of took us Northside through some very trying times, and good and bad, et cetera, and was just really recognized as, when we were in a very, and we still are, a positive state. That was the individual that was really recognized in that particular regard, and continue to serve extremely well in that role. Like I said, I didn't know 4. 5 I know too. I've served with 5. I think Carol has an interesting vantage point. I tend to agree on the diversity in that element, because that's one thing I do look at is, look from a continent sense, and we try to look at the schools that we have named. That is something that we're lacking. So definitely understand that. And like you had stated, the impact and other things they've had, it has been tremendous. And then number 6 also, one thing that we've talked about in the past when we were doing our namings is, we would say we don't want to name somebody for doing their job per se. It's when they took things a little bit further. And I think that no doubt that individual had done that, not only because of recognition received, but just because of what has occurred across not only our district, but also all the districts in San Antonio, and the reputation across the state was where things were taken a little bit further. So that's where, that's sort of my comments on all. So you can sort of tell I could go, to me. Yeah. No, not yet. We're not there yet. I just wanted to get the comments. I want to see where everybody else is. So those were the general comments. So having heard that, everybody sort of heard what everybody else says. Before we start getting to the vote, I'm trying to avoid jumping to a vote per se. Having heard that, and you sort of see what's going on, can we go around one more time, at least to talk about, in the sense of, I can't go this route, I can go this route, et cetera. Otherwise, if you're going to do one for one, we can do that too, but that gets to be a difficult way to do it.
But what would be the point of going back? We've already all stated what we supported, who we supported.
Well, because now you've heard everybody else, and you sort of see where you're at. Yeah. So somebody may say, okay, I can sort of see where things are going. This is the next one I know I would support on that top list that I see.
So are you saying we can make additional comments or additional?
I'd go beyond the one you stated, looking at, in other words.
Going beyond what I stated?
Yeah. I would consider some others to say, hey.
Or change our vote.
Yes, exactly. Or it's not a vote, but yeah, change our, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, you can sort of see where things are. Okay. And if somebody's, yeah.
That's just prolonging it then, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right, but
Why
it's
would
still.
we want to prolong it if we're just saying, I mean.
Because otherwise, because not a vote, otherwise, if we want to do up and down, that's fine. And we can go in order, up and, that's where we're at. Because everybody's got something. I mean, there's no, there's all 6 are now in the play.
I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and add additional, if that's okay with you, if maybe that's what you're saying, we can add additional
And
comments.
who else you may talk about others?
I really don't have anybody else other than this person that I've chose. But I will add to the person that I chose, was very influential in two of our former superintendents, and in their leadership and in their growth. To me, as a leader, that's another leader, not mentoring a leader, but allowing for those two, well, one of them was already a natural leader, but, the one that we have here stated on number 6, her leadership as a trustee was very instrumental in allowing that individual to become the superintendent, the individual that he is today. And because of that to me, in my mind, that tells me the leadership of the board, the ability to have the trust in that one individual. And let's talk about this, and let me just remind everybody, those two individuals, one of them that we talk about in another previous to him, they were, highly ranked in their years of tenure in the state, meaning that they received awards for their work as an individual of the top educator in the state of Texas. So to me, in my mind, if anything, this individual deserves it. And to mention the amount of dedication that she has had, and to Corinne's point, she never got paid. In fact, she used her own money to help kids, unfortunate, students that were in unfortunate situations. And we still see that every day today. Even after she's gone, she's still giving of her time, still giving of her money. So,
okay.
In my mind, that's the only person. I don't think I really need to go any further. But yeah.
Anybody else? I think one thing to clarify, because I think sometimes we'll be careful from a precedent's sake, that we have to be careful with the pay part. Because we don't want people to think that, wait a minute, now the board's, no, the reason why I say that, we don't want people to think that, hey, it's us only because everybody else is paid that we're really going to consider. I'm with you in some degree, but I think we have to be careful on.
Yeah, but we can't go back and forth.
But Bobby,
We've
what
done it
I was
before in the
referring to
past.
is that there are some really good candidates here, really good, and it was very tough for me to make the decision. But that was why I made the distinction, because this person didn't get paid and still supported this district wholeheartedly and with a good heart.
Yeah.
So I said that's what made my determination go to that person instead of another one that I would have also liked.
Okay, here's your tiebreaker, in other words.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be, because remember, this is recorded and record. I don't want us to get a false impression out there, whoever we select. Okay. What else? Go ahead. Others that may have gone a different direction. You see sort of which one's the most popular. Let's get other comments. Trustee Harrell?
Yeah, thank you. No, I wanted to just add something that Carla had said. Number one, if I added all the years that this person worked during the day and volunteered afterwards, plus continued to give money, it would resemble the work of number 2. I'm just saying, and I understand what point you were making, but I've been on several committees, and he's still on the John J. SEA advisory and continues to buy T-shirts and continues to fund different groups and trips and things like that. But he was doing that when I worked in the district. So I just want to make that point. The only other thing I wanted to say, again, with number 5 is I know we're honoring adults. I get that. I still think we represent children, and the delight and the joy that they see when there's someone like them is sadly something I didn't have to wait for. I see it now with my grandchildren, and I see it with children I get to work with, but when they see someone that is like them in this incredibly honored position, it's a life-changing. It's life-changing. And I know that's not one of our criteria. I just want it still left on the table. That maybe that's something we strive for in some of the other things that we do. So anyway.
So
So I'm still hanging on number 5. I'm still hanging on number 5. And I don't think it would show disharmony on the board if we stuck with things. I don't necessarily believe it has to be a 7-0 vote. And I think on something like this, I think it's okay, and it's not that we're all kind of like when we did Sotomayor and RBG, right? It was an honor to have both of them at the table to be reckoned with, and so it was a win-win kind of. So anyway.
So I'd like to, of course, number 1, I've seen in action, but I also think diversity and representation matters. So for that, I'm willing to vote for 5 or support 5 because I can just see those families that don't feel represented to finally be represented, or to see someone that they can aspire to be like one day, and as a role model family, like you said, it's a whole entire legacy at this point. I think it would be an honor for that family and those to come. So for that, I think for diversity and representation, number 5 for me.
Okay, and Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, and I will tell you, I didn't talk about number 5 when I was, I know the family. I know the family very well. My kids have grown up with the kids, and they're still good friends. But I'm also looking at I know we have a school named after an astronaut who didn't necessarily have a direct impact on Northside, but I still, for me, with the elementary school, it's still important in my mind that this person have the direct impact on Northside. And number 6, yeah, above and beyond, and actually the go-to person that this person's peers look to. If there was a challenge anywhere in the biz, that person was the person that they called, and he mentored different people. But I'm still on number 2. I know number 1 is a volunteer and very involved, and worked in the profession, and how great it is to be able to work in a profession that you love. I'm still back to number 2 and the passion and the love and all of that I know about this person. So I'm still number 2 at the top of my list. And this is very difficult for all of us. You all may have not known about the conversation that we've had, where this could actually be the last school that we have in Northside. It may or may not, or we may not have another school for a very long time, and it's such an honor to have a school named after you. So I know that we all talk about this a lot because we want to get it right. And we all have different beliefs on how to do that, and that's what makes us who we are. But I'm still at 2.
So remember, on parliamentary rules, we have flexibility in terms of how we do things as a board. Dr. Kraft is now looking at me. So the way we could do this, all right, and I know what you're saying, Joe, is we could ask who moves on to the next round, which would be tonight also. Now, what that would do, we're going to go through each one, all right, see where the numbers are per se, and then the top 1 or top 2, then we can make a motion accordingly.
So help me understand, why is it that you're not voting? I mean, I don't
You are
understand.
You are going to end up
But
voting.
you haven't decided who you want to pick.
I don't.
You simply, why not?
Because I'm all equal.
Yeah, but.
I am.
No,
I'm
but
not.
that's unfair. Now you know where we're at, and then you're trying to, are you trying to gauge where the board is at, where they're?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I
Yeah,
think
that's consensus
well,
building.
that's
Yeah,
not
that's
fair
how.
to us
No,
as a
that's how I
board,
operate though. It's consensus building. I want to hear
Then
from
you're just trying
everybody.
to create an advantage for somebody. I don't know. It just seems like you're creating an advantage.
I'm not-
I don't know. I
nope.
just think we just need to move forward.
That's how we move
Pick on
forward.
the candidate.
Yeah, we
Pick
move
the
forward.
Vote on the candidate, that whatever's,
That's what we're doing.
okay, so
Yeah,
let's.
that's what we're doing.
I'm just
Yeah,
lost
yeah.
with your.
Yeah, just let me work it through. Let's do a sort of a consensus way of doing it because there's some
Let's
other
do it.
ramifications, all right?
Let's do it.
So what we're gonna do, if everybody's okay, we're gonna go through one by one, all right? And and see where we are. So I'm gonna call for a vote for, how many would vote for number one? How many would vote for number two, number three, number four,
Are we gonna
number
do it by
five,
hand
and
or
number
how?
six? Yeah, we'll do it by hand. All right. All right. So all those that would be in favor of voting for, and you can do multiple. Voting for number one. Okay. See what we're doing. So now we take off one. All those that would be in favor of voting for number two. Okay. See where we're at. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see where we're at. All those that would be in favor of number three. Okay. All those in favor of number four. Let's see how that works out, Joe. All those in favor of voting for number five. All right, 2. And all those would be in favor of number 6. Okay, now, so what you have now is, and if we want to have a motion, you can see what's going on. This way it's in the book, and this way is, if somebody wanted to make a motion for 2 or 5, or make a motion for 2, then that would be the one in the books.
So
Not
we
yet.
already
Nope, this was just to get to the final list. Let me just work it this way.
Mr. Blunt,
Yeah. Who's that?
it's just Karen down here
Oh,
on the side.
I thought it was back there. Yeah,
So we,
give me a motion.
we've done different, I will make a motion.
Okay.
But we've done different things here so that we don't vote against
Right.
something. So if we can get to where we're not voting against a person, I think that would be helpful too, because
Yeah. That's what I'm
Just a-
trying to get to.
okay.
That's exactly right. That's
right.
exactly what
Okay.
I'm trying to get to.
Well,
think
I'm-
we're there.
okay. So did you, I don't know, do you want me to make a motion?
If somebody wants to make a motion based on, yeah.
Okay, so I motion to approve number 2.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for number 2. All right, any discussion? You got discussion? Yeah. Oh, we will afterwards. This is afterwards. The way we do it, we do the name afterwards. Yeah, once we announce it, yeah. Yeah, so we have a motion and a second for number 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Then we're not then we're voting against somebody.
You gotta take the vote. You got 5-2 then.
Okay.
I mean, it's a 5-2. Either way, you're gonna end up. Yeah.
So number 2 is it?
Yeah, so number 2
Is.
and the name for, oh, go ahead.
Okay.
You said it is.
No, I'm just.
All
saying
right,
number
so
2 is-
congratulations to Melissa Chumbley. She's our new namesake. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, good. So I think everybody feels good to some degree, but everybody feels a little bit bad to some degree because these are some very good names that we had, some very good names. All right, so now we go into, next item was future agenda items.
Yes, sir. I'll be very, very brief. This is much lighter. Looking, looking forward, October 24th. There will be no naming of a campus facility, but we do need to bring forward House Bill 3. These are our early childhood literacy, mathematics, and CCMR goals. Even with the question marks in and around the accountability ratings, we still need to bring forward, like I say, a status update in House Bill 3 goals, which are very favorable, looking at last year's results. We'd also like to bring forward a quick overview of Colonies North, even though I mentioned it this evening, a schematic design for athletics, lighting, and energy control upgrades for Sewell Ross. I believe we're going to be bringing forward the boundary proposal again that you saw this evening for Melissa Chumley Elementary School, now officially named, and then the revised board operating procedures that we've already discussed this evening. So that's what we have in the works thus far. Of course, this will be continuously evolving board agenda.
And we have that additional policy and intergovernmental relation item. Okay, is there anything else?
So I do have a question. Who's gonna call?
Yes, I was gonna ask that too. That's something,
whoever
I
wants
don't
to do
know,
that.
10 o'clock at night.
I'm happy to do it.
Well, just call right here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Y'all
There
did
you
that
go.
with Katie Reed, y'all all called together.
Well, Katie, we know,
In the
yeah.
break, after you,
okay, all right.
before we went into exec,
Okay, yeah, that's.
so that the staff could.
All right, yeah, that's true. Okay, so we'll go ahead, and next we'll go into executive session.
So over there, or?
Yeah, we'll go over there.
An executive session will be pretty brief as well. So you might want to make the call shortly thereafter.
All right, so the Board of Trustees, beginning at, 10:15, will convene in closed meeting in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551071. And the other sections as listed, discussion is items that were listed, okay? All right, so the Board of Trustees on September 26th, beginning at 10:26, will convene an open meeting. Are there any motions to come before the board?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the administrative appointments as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All right, motion second. Any further discussion? Not. It's been moved and second that we approve the administrative appointments as discussed in the executive session. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, state nay. Great. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody.